Recording in
November
progress.
3rd, 2021, and we will call the meeting to order. Town Clerk, Michelle, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Cutrano.
Present.
Councilmember Goddard.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
And Mayor Ackerman.
I'm here.
All present.
So we'll begin with the approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting. Any suggested changes to the agenda or motion to approve?
Happy to. Oh,
Go ahead.
I'll move the agenda.
Second.
So thank you. And Michelle, if you would do roll call on that, please.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
All ayes.
We have an agenda. So I will read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. And we have a protocol that we read at every meeting and follow. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. We'll review the agenda at about 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, would be continued to another meeting, and any matter not started by 11:30 will be continued unless the council votes to suspend this rule. So we have some announcements. There is a virtual community workshop on the housing element, Saturday, November 20th. That'll be an affair that will allow us to get more deeply into where the housing element question stands at this point. We'll also have an agenda item tonight about the safety element updates, which are connected with that. But this tonight will be focusing on the safety element. There are numerous town boards and commissions in Fairfax, which is a great way to volunteer and meet neighbors. Applications are always available on the town website, which is townoffairfax.org. Currently, the Community Emergency Preparedness Committee has an opening. Climate Action Committee has openings. Parks and Recreation Commission, Volunteer Board, Open Space Committee. Yes, and those all have openings. Just in case you aren't already signed up, you can receive town agendas, newsletters, and updates by email. And again, visit our website, townoffairfax.org, to subscribe to that. And the Fairfax Food Pantry operates Saturdays from 8 to 10 a.m. at the Fairfax Community Church on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And one other announcement, there is an opening for the Resident Services Coordinator at Victory Village. So anybody with that expertise and would like to work with that amazing organization, it would be great if it were a local person.
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt for one moment? I would like to say something about one of the committee vacancies, and that is the Community Emergency Preparedness Committee. We are still in the early stages of formation, and we are currently receiving applications, and we will then move into the interview process. So that committee it has not been stood up yet. So please look on the website and submit an application if you're interested.
So we are going to begin tonight with actually two presentations. And is there someone planning to tee that up? The first presentation, Adam, or yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's really no introductions necessary for our great staff at the Health and Human Services Department of the county, but here tonight to talk about homeless-related issues and opportunities and real accomplishments is Ken Shapiro and Ashley Hart Mcintire. And if they would like to join us, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Adam and council members. Thank you for having us. Will we be sharing our screen, I'm assuming? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Navigate, if I may.
If you have any trouble, let me know and I can always share my screen.
I probably will. All right. Are we there?
Yes.
Okay, good. So there's a lot going on in homelessness, and you probably are seeing it in the IJ and hearing about it in the community. And given the limited amount of time we have tonight, we will go through a lot of slides, but we'll go pretty quickly because we want to reserve time for questions and answers. And Council Member Goddard, I know that you're pretty familiar with this, but I don't know that we've presented on the homeless system of care in Marin for your colleagues. So hopefully this is helpful. It's a pretty high level overview, but my colleague Ashley and I are happy to stick around and answer any questions you have. So let me get into presentation mode, if I may. Homelessness in Marin at the 30,000 foot level. Back in 2016, we had not yet adopted a housing first policy. We had not launched a coordinated entry program, and we had not implemented what's called the whole person care program. That was back in 2016. We made a lot of shifts since then, and we'll walk you through some of those. But what was happening back then is we had an insight, and that was that people experiencing homelessness are not all the same, and most of our challenges were stemming from a small group of people who are experiencing chronic homelessness. And that sounds basic and obvious, but the system of care and the homeless system of care for years and years focused on individuals who are in temporary episodes of homelessness, and you see that on the left of your screen. Those folks, homeless for a short amount of time, very often are able to self-resolve their homelessness or need a little bit of assistance to resolve their homelessness. And that was where our system of care had focused for years and years and years. And those who are in episodic or even chronic homelessness being defined as someone who is homeless for more than a year or multiple times, adding up to more than a year, those are the individuals who our systems, our programs, our funding, we're ignoring, and we were leaving them on the streets. And you see evidence of that today as you drive around the county. Individuals who've been homeless for not a year, not 2 years, but decades. And really, it's come home to roost. And as you can see there, the costs associated with individuals who are chronically homeless increase exponentially. Those without a home become ill. They develop mental health diagnoses, they develop substance use disorders oftentimes, and they typically have very complex medical issues because they have no home. Also, over time, the vulnerability for those who spend the most time on the streets, unhoused, goes up. So those individuals who've been homeless the longest very often are the most vulnerable, and to put it bluntly, very often are more likely to die. And our system, again, ignored them for years and years. So here you can see, this is where our historical focus was. In 2016, which predates me, I joined the county in 2017. My colleague, Ashley, along with many of the service providers, went on a journey to figure out how we could transform our systems. And I'll turn it to her to describe that process.
Hi there, I'm Ashley Hart Mcintire, Homelessness Policy Analyst with Health and Human Services. And when Ken says a journey, he means a somewhat literal journey. We went all over the Bay Area visiting other programs. The strategies that we learned about and began to implement here are not things that are unique to Marin. Our successes are not unique. These are evidence-based strategies with 30 years of research behind them. And we wanted to see what that looked like in other places, including San Mateo and Santa Rosa and Berkeley and Palo Alto. We went all over the place looking at different programs. Go ahead, Ken. So we went to, one of the places we visited was a permanent supportive housing program in Santa Rosa called the Palms Inn. We visited a variety of different kinds of programs looking at different things. And we really took a close look, you can go ahead, at our own system of care. And this was our attempt to map the homeless system of care. And so you can see it's good luck if you're experiencing homelessness, trying to navigate this system. This is the way it was back in 2015, 2016, trying to figure out, where people enter the system, where they move through the services, and trying to figure out a way out. Go ahead, Ken. So the cycle of chronic homelessness. So Ken talked a little bit about folks who are chronically homeless. These folks are often super difficult to serve because of long histories of trauma, often mental illness that's not so much the cause of homelessness as the result of homelessness in very many cases. These folks tend to be difficult to serve and then fail out of programs that are designed to serve low needs people. That builds distrust with those folks. And so people who don't trust the system are not going to seek help. And without help, they get worse. And then they become even more difficult to serve. And so this cycle perpetuates itself. Go ahead. So we realized we don't need another program based on general characteristics. We don't need another mental health program necessarily. We don't need another substance use program. We need a system that recognizes that each of the individuals we're serving are wildly different with different histories. Really, the only thing that people who are experiencing homelessness have in common is that they lack a permanent, stable place to sleep inside. Their stories are incredibly unique. Next slide. So we went from managing homelessness, which is you can see sort of on the left side here, it's the prettier infographic version of that. We call it the pizza chart with all the Post-it notes, where everyone is, there's dead ends everywhere and all kinds of terrible outcomes that happen to actually ending homelessness. And we do that with what's called housing first. This is an evidence-based philosophy that's been around since the early 90s. It says you put somebody in a home right off the bat, a permanent place where they're not time limited, and then you wrap them in whatever services they might need. And those services flex up and down to meet their needs, and people are able to actually stabilize inside much better than they can on the street. So instead of asking people to be sober or employed or in school or taking their mental health medication or whatever it may be, before we say, okay, now you're housing ready, we say, okay, we're going to put you inside and we're going to help you do those things. It's really difficult to be medication compliant, to attend appointments, to find a job when you're sleeping on a park bench and not sure where your next meal is coming from. Go ahead, Ken. Turned out it worked. This is one of the gentlemen that we housed right in the beginning. He's no longer with us, but he was somebody who had been chronically homeless for a very long time. And many people had not thought that we'd be able to permanently house him, and we did. He was a great success story for us. And in 2017, we joined what's called Built for Zero, which is a movement of communities across the US and Canada, more than 78 now, that's working to end chronic and veteran homelessness, working on this person by person, individualized approach, making lists of every single person we know who's chronically homeless in our communities, and moving one by one and finding solutions for each of them. And then Ken's going to talk a little bit about the success that we've had with this approach.
So as Ashley said, it works. So the proof's in the pudding. Since we shifted our systems and our approach, we've housed 400 people in the county of Marin who are chronically homeless. That's over 4 years. That's a person every 3.65 days we've moved from long-term homelessness to housed in the county of Marin. 93, almost 94% of them remain housed. And these are people who've, again, been on the streets for years and decades. We're also making a huge dent in veterans' homelessness. We've housed 50 veterans since we launched. And we believe we're down to 31 veterans experiencing long-term homelessness in the county of Marin. And we're also making a lot of progress with families. Sadly, there are 34 unsheltered families in Marin at the moment. But this is the proof that it is possible to do this and to be successful. And for the people who the system has ignored for years and years, there can be a resolution and a solution. So how did we house so many people? One of the things we've done is we've used scattered site housing. And as you know from your recent housing element, it is a challenge to develop in the county of Marin. It's even more of a challenge to develop affordable houses. It's even more of a challenge to develop very affordable houses, and it's incredibly difficult to develop permanent supportive housing. And so we had to get creative. And what we've done is we leverage federal housing vouchers, often referred to as Section 8 vouchers. We marry the voucher up with a case manager. Individuals experiencing homelessness who are prioritized for housing based on their vulnerability get a case manager. The case manager manages no more than 17 clients at a time. And we also pay for the housing authority to have real estate professionals who are liaisons to landlords to find rental units and manage relationships with landlords. And we use that model to find scattered site apartments with willing landlords who will let us to put the voucher and the client in the apartment. That's been the number one way that we've been able to, in the absence of large scale development, move people from the streets into housing. We also have managed to increase the number of units that we've developed across the county. So Victory Village, we're very proud of, and I imagine you're very proud of as well. There were some set-asides in there for people formerly experiencing homelessness. We also are in the process of partnering with Homeward Bound of Marin. They've raised the emergency shelter in the Canal District on Mill Street, and they're rebuilding it. It is a 55-bed shelter typically. They're going to rebuild it, and floor one will be another 55 beds of shelter. But above that, as they rebuild it, it'll be 32 apartments with permanent supportive housing. And permanent supportive housing is that model that Ashley described, where we get people inside and we wrap services around them. There will be behavioral health professionals and clinicians on site, case managers, desk service. People will be in a supportive environment when we open Mill Street 2.0. And then there's Home Key, which I imagine you've heard about. This is a pretty unprecedented opportunity through the state of California, using many of the Recovery Act and many of the funds have come through for COVID recovery. And Project Home Key, I'll talk about in just a moment. Project Room Key, you may have heard of, is a short-term approach that allows us to lease motel rooms and put people who are highly COVID vulnerable into motel rooms temporarily. And that program we've been operating for quite a while through COVID, and it ends at the end of December, the funding for that. We will keep our motel open, the Room Key Motel here in Marin, open through the end of January. And we have 25 individuals in that motel at the moment. We're up to 40 about 2 months ago. We've been creating housing plans, and that's the reason we've gone from 40 down to 25. And we have a path to housing for 24 of those 25 people who are in the Room Key Motel in the Canal over at Motel 6. And we are working to find a path to housing for that 25th person as well. And then Home Key, I think you've probably heard about. This is the one I started to describe. There was a $750 million first round. The County of Marin, we were successful in acquiring 2 properties in the county under Home Key 1.0. We were able to acquire 3301 Kerner Boulevard, again, over in the Canal District. This is an office building. The timing was actually really good because we were preparing to raise Mill Street, which is the emergency shelter, right as we acquired 3301 Kerner. And so we're leasing the building to Homeward Bound of Marin. This is serving as one of the county's emergency shelters while Mill Street's being rebuilt. As soon as Mill Street has its ribbon cutting, and we move folks back over there, we will begin serious renovation of this building, and we'll turn this into permanent supportive housing units. And Ashley, if you could chime in, I can't remember the number of units we'll be able to produce inside this building.
44.
Thank you. And this is directly across the street from the Health and Wellness Campus, or the Cardenas Market, if you're familiar with the Kerner Loop right there. And then we also were able to purchase a 18-room motel, the Casa Buena, as we are calling it now. This is the motel that's on the frontage road right next to Marin Joe's. You can actually see there on the left, it literally is the next door neighbor to Marin Joe's. We have been using it as interim housing for individuals who are on a path to housing. While we got the drawings and permits completed, we are expecting our permits to be approved early next week, and we've leased the building and have a funding agreement with Homeward Bound of Marin again on this facility. They will oversee the construction, and they'll turn these motel rooms into permanent studio units for adults formerly experiencing homelessness. And this will be a permanent supportive housing site. And now we're in the midst of what's called we're calling it Home Key 2.0. There's another round of Home Key. In the last governor's budget, he put a couple $2 billion toward Home Key. So he felt it was very successful, and the legislature agreed, and they're coming back at us with another opportunity. And this round is $1.4 billion. There will be another round probably of 1.3. There is a $200 million set aside for the Bay Area. And we are preparing to submit an application as soon as Friday on a property. And I'll walk you through that property in just a moment. We're going to be partnering Homeward Bound, as you heard. I've mentioned their name a lot. They're a little overwhelmed at the moment with everything we're asking them to do. And so we've partnered with Episcopal Community Services. We brought a new partner into the community. They have deep experience running permanent supportive housing in San Francisco, and they're our development partner in Home Key 2.0. And so this is the site that we are looking at purchasing under Home Key 2.0. This is a former 43-bed skilled nursing facility on South Alicio Drive in Larkspur. You might think in your mind it's part of Green Bay. It's actually within the city limits of Larkspur. It is in many ways, from our perspective, a perfect site. It's already built as ADA accessible. It's close to transit. It's close to a lot of medical resources. It has an interior courtyard, and we have a letter of intent to purchase it with the owner, and we'll be applying for funding through Home Key 2.0 to acquire this property and turn this into permanent supportive housing. If we're successful in our application, we'll hear back in December, acquire it in January, and attempt to begin construction as soon thereafter as possible, with the goal of occupying it by the end of calendar year 2022. And I just realized I just spoke through a bunch of your slides, didn't I, Ashley?
I forgive you.
I apologize, Ashley. That's the end of our presentation, and we're not sure if you want to ask us questions and then go to Connor, or if you want to roll right through with the other HHS presentation and do questions all at once.
Do any council members have questions at this time? Council Member Kohler?
Thank you, Ken and Ashley. That was a great presentation. I remember reading about Bergen County, New Jersey, starting housing first in, I believe, the late 90s and the success rate. So it's great that we're doing that here. I have a question. So I live next to Victory Village, which, yes, I'm very proud of and very glad to be here. And I do talk to some of the residents. What happens? It's my understanding that the residents don't have to accept the wraparound services. And is there a way to ensure that they do get at least some of those services, even if they're not interested in all? I understand there's been some concerns with that. So how do you work that to make sure that we can help people? Thank you.
You've hit exactly on one of the hardest parts of that work. Yes, you're correct that people are not required to accept those services. Our programs do their best to really be irresistible to people, to find out what makes their clients tick, what's going to motivate them. So it might start with, rather than trying to convince somebody to participate in substance use treatment, maybe you figure out, what they really want this week is a new pair of shoes, and you help them get that, and you build trust and engage with them, and you build little by little to get them to engage more fully. It doesn't always work. It works far more often than not, but we do have some folks for whom everything we do is just not necessarily enough. It does occasionally happen, and those folks, when that happens, sometimes do lose their housing, though we have a 94% retention rate in permanent supportive housing. So the vast majority of the folks that we're serving are not losing their housing.
So I'm sorry, you sort of broke up. Was it 99% retention rate?
94.
94. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for all your hard work.
Vice Mayor Hellman?
Yeah. First, I want to say congratulations and thank you for being here this evening. So I have a couple questions on on one of the first slides. You kind of shared the different groupings of the homeless population. So I'm just curious how that breaks down in terms of, how percentages of the overall. So the current homeless population in Marin is chronic. Chronic is what percent, and episodic is what percent? And
that's actually a great question, and I don't remember that percentage off the top of my head, and I'm looking it up as we speak.
That's what I was doing.
Okay, no problem. And then I was curious about the source of funds for the wraparound services. Is that separate grants, or is that the municipality or jurisdiction, or how that works?
So it really depends on the program and the target population. So some of our programs are targeting folks who have serious mental illness, and the funding for the large part of the support services there is coming from behavioral health and recovery services. Some of the other services are provided by Whole Person Care, which is a program, California's Medi-Cal waiver program being implemented through HHS and Ritter Center. And those are not necessarily for folks with behavioral health issues, though many of our clients do have those struggles. Some of them are being funded through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Like some of them are from the VA. It really depends on the target population and honestly, whatever we're able to scrounge together. Our system is an incredible patchwork quilt of all different services sort of MacGyvered together into a cohesive whole.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Were you able to find those numbers?
Oh, yes. I was looking, I almost found it, and then I started talking.
It's approximately 25% of those experiencing homelessness are chronically homeless in Marin. And, we use what's called a point in time count, and I don't know if I can put that in, or I could send it to your city manager, a link to our point in time count. That's something that every community is required to do that receives HUD funding. So really every community does it. And it's a census on a single day to do the best job we can using the same methodology year over year to count those experiencing homelessness. It is an imperfect system. So we never really know exactly how many people are experiencing homelessness, but we do have the benefit of being in a rather small community where we do feel like we have a good sense of it. And our sense right now is that it's in the neighborhood of 500 individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in Marin who are not in a home. Correct, Ashley, in that neighborhood?
In the neighborhood, yeah, it's a little closer to 600. And the point in time count is meant to be done every 2 years. 2021 was canceled because of, couldn't be done safely because of COVID. It's been rescheduled for January of 2022, and we are beginning to seek volunteers. So if anybody's interested, we can connect you with the team running the count.
Thank you.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to Ashley and Ken. That's excellent and super clear information. Much appreciated. And I want to highly recommend that anyone who's interested in participating in the point in time count, it's really, really interesting. You learn a lot about your community that you may not have known, and you learn a lot about the county that we all share. So I had a question about the 100+ new Section 8 vouchers that came in, and each of our municipalities contributed, I believe it was $33,000, at least Fairfax's contribution to making sure that those case managers existed, and that was the vouchers were contingent on us making sure we had those case managers. I just wondered if how you think the caseload of 17 or maximum 17 per client is working out. And I know it's not in full swing yet, but is that, in your estimation, a good ratio, or is this something that we need to look at increasing so there's more supportive service for these folks entering housing? Just wanted to hear your take on that.
Let me just really quickly go first, Ashley, and just apologize that we didn't thank you for contributing to that fund.
Yes, thank you.
Our mamas and papas raised us better than that. I apologize. Should have led with that. And I'll say what I have to say. And Ashley is much more of an expert than me. 17 is too many. And, but it's kind of the best we can do. Frankly, the evidence and literature say that a true assertive community treatment model would be a 12-to-1 ratio. The funding simply doesn't make it possible for us to operate all the way to the integrity of an assertive community treatment model. So we landed at 17, and we're at a much lower number, I would say, than almost all of our surrounding counties. But just the rates that we can pull together and the way that we can cobble our system together, 17 feels right. We ask a lot of these young social workers and sometimes older social workers who are angels in the way they work. And so, yeah, I would say that if we had unlimited resources, the number would be lower. But 17 is workable. And I don't know, Ashley, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I would agree with everything you said, with the caveat that it really depends on the population. Different folks need different levels of services. For some folks, 17-to-1 is fine. For some folks, 30-to-1 is fine. For some folks, like 8-to-1 is kind of a stretch. So it really, really depends. We are working on an analysis of our system and the need that we have that is not currently met, that looks at what we think the estimated need in each of those populations would be. So some folks need like a board and care, skilled nursing facility, a locked mental health facility, those things which are outside the homeless system of care. Those are folks who really cannot fend for themselves, cannot feed and dress themselves, those sorts of things. And then there's folks who need permanent supportive housing that has 24/7 on-site services, which we're in the process of developing in this community. Mill Street will be one of those programs. And then there's folks who need the sort of community treatment model, but can live in community in a scattered site apartment with a really high or the really low case management ratio, and then others who can live even more independently. So it just really depends, and you need a system that can flex to meet those very demands. Yeah. But our 17-to-1 is, I think San Francisco standard is 25 or 30-to-1, and our retention rate is much better, as you might expect.
Yeah, I was just going to add, and thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Petrano and I are on the MCCMC Homeless Committee, and we get to have you at our meetings often, which is much appreciated. And I just wondered, going into the new year, it might be a conversation for our committee, as we have representatives from all of the jurisdictions, to talk about the numbers and how that's working out. Because as we know, the success of a project like Victory Village is really how well we're able to care for the people so that they can continue to live in community. So anyway, we'll call you back in the new year.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Catrano.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Ken. Hi, Ashley. Thank you both for being here. And I have to plus one what my colleague, Councilmember Goddard, just said. Definitely don't want to try to like squeak through and contribute the bare minimum to get the caseload management that we need for folks. And I was curious, Ashley, I know at the MCCMC meeting, you gave us some stats on where we were at with the money that was contributed from all the different municipalities. I was wondering if you could share with the full council and the public sort of where we're at in terms of hiring folks. And I also had another question after that, but that'll probably be the quicker thing first.
Okay, sounds good. Yes, so the program is up and running. We are phasing the program in. As you might imagine, our homeless services nonprofits are a little bit tapped out. Everyone's been working really, really hard and is having trouble hiring. So we're phasing it in. We're hiring folks. The program is fully funded. All of the municipalities across Marin contributed, and then the county did about 125% match for the program. So it's divided up by service area, which includes San Rafael and Nevada are each their own service area, and then Central Marin and Southern Marin are the third and fourth service areas. And then there's a certain number of case management slots per service area. We've asked each service area to define what a high utilizer is. Most of the service areas are using some combination of law enforcement contacts, EMS contacts, and DPW contacts to define a high utilizer. And then submitting a list of folks who are chronically homeless, believed to be chronically homeless, who meet that definition, and then our coordinated entry program allocated the top people on that list to the case management slots. So those allocations have been done for about 3/4 of the total caseload. We have 2 case managers who are out there actually working with folks as we speak. We have a third whose caseload has been assigned. He's an outreach worker already here in Marin, but he's transitioning into the case management role next month. And outreach workers are going to begin engaging those clients shortly. And then the fourth we have yet to hire. So we're working on that one to get the last of those case management slots up and running. So hopefully early in the new year, we'll start to see people enter housing through that program.
Great. Thank you very much. And I had one more question, which is maybe a little bit of a larger question, which is, and I don't mean to, ask this sort of, or like question the utilitarian aspect of how we're allocating funds and resources and things like that. But I am curious while we've been extremely successful in the county at targeting the people who experience chronic homelessness, I am wondering, we also saw through the pandemic, I think, a doubling of people who are living in their cars. And we have a really successful food pantry here. And not only do people come to the food pantry at the community church to pick up food, and there are people living in their cars, but there are people who volunteer in our community that are also living in their cars. And we also have populations that are sort of grouped up throughout Fairfax that are, I don't know if it's, where they score on the scoring system, but there are people who are, it's more than a temporary or episodic thing where we're collaborating with them and checking in on them year after year. And I guess I'm wondering if they are not high resource users or things like that, but they're, they just need a little help. How do we collaborate to make sure we're also addressing those populations, which we do have quite a bit here in Fairfax of that type of population?
I'm so glad you asked that question. What we talk about is mostly chronic homelessness and housing first and permanent supportive housing, because that tends to be the most visible, the highest cost, the highest mortality rates, all of those things. But that is by far from the sum of what we do. We have services and interventions for the whole spectrum that you just listed. So for folks who are at risk of homelessness. And this is not run at this point by my office, but by the Community Development Agency. There's emergency rental assistance for people who are impacted by COVID-19 to try and prevent homelessness in the first place. There's for folks who are brand new to homelessness, we have diversion and rapid rehousing resources. So that's for folks who either are brand new to homelessness or have been homeless for a while, but just maybe don't need the really highly intensive supports that permanent supportive housing offers, but might need some case management and some rental assistance for 6 months, maybe a year, and then could wean off of it and be self-sufficient. We have a number of those programs. We have a housing help desk at St. Vincent de Paul that helps people locate units. And some of these rapid rehousing programs also can pay for things like security deposits and first and last month's rent, those things that just people need just a little bit of extra help to get over the hump. We have a lot of those different levels of assistance out there. We certainly do not have enough. The fact that we have not ended homelessness in Marin is not because we're doing the wrong things. It's because we don't have enough resources.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you. And I believe our town manager, Adam Pulitzer, has a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to introduce them properly. When you turned it to me, I did not share that Ken Shapiro is actually the Chief Operating Officer / the Chief Assistant Director, and Ashley Hart Mcgarry, she shared her title as the Homeless Policy Analyst. But more importantly, they run so quickly, they never really pause to get appreciated or thanked for all the work that they do. And they are really making a difference out in our community, and wanted to thank them for coming tonight. And then I want to thank them. I've had the privilege of working with them for many years, and just want to thank you for all you do for our county. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you both.
Thanks,
This was really inspiring that you've had the insight and acted on it and been able to make such a difference. So if you can stay while we go on to the other part of our presentation. Adam, if I could ask you to make that introduction, please.
Mr. Mayor, just excuse me, I'm not sure, since we were able to ask questions, should we get public comment on that part of the presentation?
Yeah, we can do public comment on each presentation separately. So Michelle, if you would open the public comment, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. If anyone wants to make a public comment on this, please raise your hand. I see 2 hands. The first is Ava, and you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute your own microphone. Okay, we'll go to Pamela.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
There you are, yes.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, this is Ava Crisanti. I apologize, there's some noise because I'm on my bike commute home. But I want to tell you that my ears were absolutely burning listening to the praise for Ashley Hart Mcgarry and Ken Shapiro. Ms. McIntyre's statement that we're not doing more to solve homelessness because we don't have the resources flies in the face of the reality that none of the shelters were open. The inclement weather shelters were opened during the last 2 years, and there was, I believe, upwards of $100,000 set aside for that. To put that in plain terms, I'd like to talk to you about the death of the woman who was, when I was a freshman at Tam High, she was the senior class president. She swam for Stanford, and she died last Thanksgiving weekend under a freeway overpass in Corte Madera. I requested the coroner report, and primary cause of death was a lack of insulin. Had she had insulin, it would not have worked because the temperatures were below freezing that week, and her insulin pen would not have been viable. Now, her death might have been prevented if one of 2 things had happened. The first is if the inclement weather shelters had been opened, she would not have died. Or if she had not been blocked from getting a room key room. And when I did a CPRA, I learned that the county had denied so few as 5 room key rooms to people living under the overpass in San Rafael, where she had been located previously, because Katie Rice was afraid that giving up these 5 room key rooms would attract unhoused friends of the unhoused in Marin from the East Bay, and then you would screw up your count. So the point in time count turns out to be a highly politicized topic, and people actually die because we can't provide that. So it's there's some real issues here with the rosy picture that's been presented compared to what's actually happening. And if you don't mind, I can't see my screen, so I don't know how much time I have left.
A little less than a minute.
Less than a minute. I wrote up an article for the Pacific Sun, which you can access regarding what happened in San Rafael with the county and city's services. The lack of bathrooms with all the money in this county is a serious public health issue. There was a Shigella outbreak in San Diego. We're walking into a very wet winter, and those shelters better be open. There was no excuse for the 35 deaths. I think it was 35 deaths just in San Rafael of unhoused people last year. And those were not COVID deaths. Those were preventable deaths because the county couldn't get it together, and because the county was mostly obsessed with the count making them look bad. So we've got to do better, and please don't praise these people until they actually do their job. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pamela. Pamela, you're unmuted now.
Hi, it's Pamela Meggs. I forgot to put my last name. Thank you, Ashley and Ken. Thank you, Town of Fairfax, Bruce, bringing this forward and shining a light on the homelessness in a rich community. I've been a psychiatric nurse almost 40 years, so I've worked with all and many of those homeless people, those numbers you're talking about. The life expectancy usually for chronic homeless, 10 years, they usually lose off their life, if not more. So the one thing I do want to say is, since this program has started, my colleagues, I just retired, but my colleagues were seeing a change, and a change for the better, because of the tracking system and the wraparound services. So the medical patients who have psychiatric problems weren't showing up because they could triage a lot sooner, and the staff would have better relationships, and they're getting to know these people, and the trust was building. So I want to applaud you for bringing this forward. And the more we know and understand, it becomes more aware, and hopefully we can get more money. I'm not really clear on why because you were talking about so much money. The other thing I wanted to ask about housing, I saw on the news, I think it's Oakland is doing these tiny homes. Do you have any knowledge, or is that happening in Marin County? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let Ken and Ashley answer questions after we finish with the public comment, which I believe we have more.
The next speaker is Tony Gardner. You're unmuted now.
Hi, I'm Tony Gardner, resident in Fairfax. And thank you very much for your excellent work on homeless issues in Marin. It's great to hear and to receive this presentation in Fairfax. And I was just wondering if you get a chance to speak more, if you can tell us a little bit more about how coordinated entry works. And then also, I'm interested in, and I think other people in Fairfax are interested in, issues around homelessness and racial equity, like what planning is being done to ensure that homeless services are equitable. And then finally, occasionally I run into a person who may be homeless and who wants to find housing. So what would you tell us, what should that person do? How can they reach out, and who should they call? Who should they contact in order to attempt to become housed? So thank you again very much. And I'm going to lower my hand now.
I see no more raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, may I just make a comment? I have a suggestion. This is such a point of interest, and I would venture to guess, as these presentations go out from council to council, that members of the public are going to have a lot of excellent questions, such as we're hearing right now. I'm wondering if this might go back to the homeless committee, and there might be an opportunity to create a countywide forum, if you will. I think I attended one on Housing First when it was first brought forward at the county. And I think because of our agenda tonight, I'm wondering if we need a more robust opportunity for the public to really get the answers and engage in this. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I could listen to you all night. I think it might be the proper forum to bring the cities together and really get into this a little bit. Just a thought.
That sounds like a good suggestion to me. We do have, as always, a full agenda, and if that suggestion would also bring more people to the presentation and to the opportunity to ask questions and delve into it more deeply. Chance, does that sound good to you, since you're also on?
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe, if there are members of the public here that have questions, they could always reach out to Ken and Ashley via email. I think their emails are on the county website too, to get the most detailed answers if they need it immediately too. But I really like Councilmember Goddard's suggestion.
Okay. So if it's okay with you, Ken and Ashley, shall we go ahead with our other presentation, which is related? And
if I may, Mr. Mayor, answer just one of those questions, which is what people should do if they're experiencing homelessness and would like assistance. First off, if folks have questions, if you email hhshomelessness@marincounty.org, that will get more than just me or Ken. It'll get more members of our team, hhshomelessness@marincounty.org. And then also we can share with you the flyer that we have for coordinated entry available in both Spanish and English that has the phone numbers for single adults and families to call if they're seeking assistance. I just want to make sure if anybody needs help and is listening, that information gets out.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We could also publicize that in our newsletter. Okay. Thank you again, and we can go ahead then with our second presentation. Adam.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to present tonight Connor Pierce. He's the Mobile Crisis Continuum Unit Supervisor for the County of Marin Mobile Crisis Team. And he's also joined tonight by Kellyanne Martinez, who is a licensed crisis specialist. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the invite and the time. So I am looking for, okay, here, I can share my screen. I didn't see it earlier. So again, my name is Connor Pierce. I am what's been referred to as the new-ish supervisor. I'm about 6 months in Marin County. For the Mobile Crisis Continuum, one of our programs that I do supervise is the Mobile Crisis Response Team. So I'm going to give us kind of an overview of how our program works. So for those that don't know, give you guys a little bit of the nuts and bolts, some things we can and cannot do. And one thing to kind of keep in mind as we go here, there's a lot of talk about expansion for mobile crisis, what that's going to look like, funding coming. So I'm going to give us a picture of the here and now, and then we can talk a little bit about a year from now. It's kind of what I keep referring to of what we might hope to see. We don't have a lot of set in stone stuff, but we do have some funding coming that we're we're looking at shaping a sort of model for us. Right, and can we see the screen? Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So first off, just kind of the nuts and bolts again, like I said, so our hours are Monday through Friday. We are open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We were able to expand a little bit. It originally was 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. We had some funding come through with the ability to hopefully reach out to youth on school setup, where there was concerns coming in that they were having a crisis related to getting to school in the morning and such like that. So we were able to open up in the mornings. We recently were able to expand on Saturdays to 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. with some staffing shifts and schedules. So where do we work? We are located at the Marin Health Medical Center. So we're right next to the CSU. If anybody knows where that's at, Unit B, we're on the far left end of Marin Health Medical Center. That's our sort of home base, if you will. It's where we answer phones and dispatch from. But we do obviously go out into the community, as part of our name is mobile. So we meet clients in the field. We'll meet them on street corners if we need to. We'll go to homes. We'll go into facilities like Casa Renee. Anywhere we can meet with somebody. Our team members, we have 5 total clinicians. They're all either licensed or licensed eligible, which just means that they're getting their hours towards some sort of a professional mental health license. So how to contact us? I think the most important thing for anybody who does not know, we have our own line. We're a little bit different than what other counties and other cities might do, where they go through 911 dispatch. We have our own line that people can call. So anybody from the community, any person can call us, yourselves included. So the number's right there. It's 415-473-6392. What happens is you will get a clinician on the other end of the line. They sort of triage the call to see if it's something that warrants an in-person response. And if it does, we sort of respond accordingly. We might also brainstorm some ideas of what can be done if it doesn't necessarily warrant an in-person response. We also do have an email there just in case if there's ever any questions or follow-up documents. Sometimes people need to send us something that supports some of their concerns. So who we serve, like I mentioned, anybody, it doesn't matter if they live in Marin County, as long as they're passing through Marin County. So our borders are Marin County. We're payer source blind, meaning nobody will ever receive a bill from us. So if we do intervene, we'll go out and meet with somebody, they're not going to receive a bill. There's no anything that's coming from us. If they do, that is clearly not from us and some sort of scam. The objective for us is to provide an alternative to law enforcement for these mental health calls. Some things that we have that differentiates us a little bit is we have a little more time, so we can sit and try to intervene, use some de-escalation tactics. Our ultimate goal is to try to keep people safe within the community. Obviously, one of the tools within our toolkit is writing a 5150 hold. That's the very, very bottom. So if we had a sort of, you picture a tool bag here, that's going to be the last thing that we reach for if we absolutely have to. So one of the things that I like to really focus on in terms of the conversation, and we can get into it a little bit with some of the Q&A as well, is what we cannot do as well. So managing some of the expectations. One of the pieces in us being an alternative to law enforcement that I think might get lost in a little bit is we can't also guarantee that we won't involve law enforcement. And where this comes in is just a safety issue for us. So sometimes if there's a patient or somebody, a member of the community that we're going out to engage with, what we always assess for on the phone is we're looking at, is there any weapons in the home? Is there dogs? Is there a history of violence? Is anything that might lead to an unsafe situation for us? We try to always dispatch our clinicians out in pairs of 2 or teams of 2 for safety as well as clinical assessment sake. But we do sometimes partner with law enforcement. That can look like if I show up to a house and I'm talking to somebody and it becomes an unsafe situation, that can look like stepping away and calling law enforcement. It might also look like something where we know that there's weapons in the home and we might want law enforcement to help kind of clear the scene, where maybe they show up and clear the scene, make sure it's safe for us, and then we can go and engage. Other times it looks like if we've assessed somebody and we're meeting with them and we've determined that they do meet that criteria for a 5150 assessment or further assessment at the CSU, and they're not necessarily willing to go, or maybe there's a combative nature leading to a safety issue, that might be where we contact law enforcement for some support. Some of the challenges that we face is, like I mentioned, we're a team of 2. We cover the entire county. And like I mentioned earlier, we only have 5 clinicians. And if you recall the hours, that doing the math on that, it can be a little bit of a difficult piece to get coverage everywhere. So one of the most common complaints that we get and concerns is folks saying that they've called us and nobody's available. Quite honestly, it's just that we're a small team. We're a small team, and we're getting to as many calls as we can. Like I mentioned, we don't have an in-house dispatcher at the moment. That's going to be part of the year from now. So the here and now, we don't have one. So our clinicians take the calls themselves. And so, if we're out responding, say, going from Marin Health Medical Center to West Marin, that can take up an entire afternoon with one of our teams. And at times there is only one team that's on for an entire afternoon or even a whole day. Because of that, we might not be able to get to all the calls. We have to sort of prioritize and triage. And so just to kind of throw an example out there, we might have a situation where we have, say, 3 calls came in. We have 1 coming in from a school, we have 1 from law enforcement, and then we have 1 from a community member who's by themselves. We're going to try to triage that based on risk, and we're likely going to go to the person who's by themselves to offer that support immediately to them, while the other people have professionals that are there with them. And obviously that can change. It's very dynamic based on the details. There's a saying that we live in the gray, so there's not a lot that's black and white about our job, but we do our best to try to get to everything that we can. Average time of field-based calls about 2 hours. Again, that can vary. I've personally been on calls that were about 4 hours in length, but it really helped a youth avoid getting into the hospital and keep them safe and create a really good safety plan with the family. Other ones I've been out on are about 20 minutes. So it can really, really vary depending on the situation. So with all that in mind and with our availability, one of the things to keep in mind is that if we're not available and there's something that's immediately needed, it's on our voicemail as well. But we always do recommend, if it's really urgent, to just call 911. Because if we're not available to get to the phone call right away, you might not hear from us for a couple hours if we're out on a call. So really briefly, I do want to leave enough time for question and answer, Q&A stuff. So I'll just cover this very briefly. We do look at 3 categories for writing holds, or 5150 or 5585 is the same code for kids, for youth. So there's danger to self. Essentially means somebody's danger to themselves. Most common is that they're looking at self-harm or possibly suicidal ideation. We have danger to others. They're making threatening statements or have some sort of plan to go and harm somebody else, property destruction, things like that. We do have a terrorist off duty to warn that comes into play for us. And the most tricky of the 3 is gravely disabled. In general, all 3 of these have to relate to a mental health disorder. I think that's a big piece that we can run into when we get into the weeds on something is, if somebody's what we call dual diagnosis, who also struggles with substance use. And some of this does, I think it was mentioned earlier, overlap with some of the population that we were just talking about in serving homeless folks. So there might be some dual diagnosis stuff where there's substance being used as well as mental health. And so we do our best to sort of assess what this person's needs are. But ultimately, from the field, if we don't know, and we know that there's some sort of mental health, we know that they need help, and they're not able to meet their basic needs, there's something called activities of daily living. If they're not able to meet those, there's some assessment that we can do, and then ultimately bring them in to get more assessment at the CSU to get more help if needed. If it is not indicated, so we assess somebody and 5150 or 5585 is not indicated, what we're looking to do is establish rapport with them. They might be somebody we might meet up again. So we already have a familiar face, familiar name with them. Safety planning. A lot of times that's bringing in supports, natural supports from the community. It might be their family members. If it's a youth, it might be a parent. It might be grandparent, aunt, uncle, teacher, people like that we can rope in to be supports. Coaches can come up often as well. If there's referrals and linkages needed, we do have another team called the Transition Outreach Team, which is a brief case management, very short-term linkage to ongoing support. So we can refer over there, as well as any substance treatment centers. Our follow-up within the mobile crisis team typically doesn't go beyond maybe a week or 2 in order for us to still be available for the phone calls that we can. So once it's starting to look beyond that, we tend to refer out and try to get them connected somewhere else. So with that in mind, the expansion opportunities, this is a little bit of the year from now. So I just gave you the here and now. Now we got the year from now. We do have some county and grant funding coming towards our program to be able to expand. we're looking to ultimately have 2 teams of 2 clinicians each available at all times of the day to be able to respond in a day. That's our goal. Our hours aren't going to change at this time. We're looking to just adequately staff what we have. And the major changes that we're looking to do is add dispatchers, so people to be on the phones at all times. So it'll help quite a bit with communication with the community, as well as our law enforcement partners and everybody else who reaches out to us. Obviously, more clinicians. Doing the math again with the hours that we have open and the number of clinicians we have, that can be a struggle. So get more clinicians in. Peer providers for some engagement, being able to relate to somebody. They're folks with lived experience who can engage on that level, as well as recovery coaches who can help address some of the substance use issues. And then last but not least, of course, a couple new vehicles outfitted. And we've looked a lot at the Cahoots model, something along those lines. And a lot of different counties and cities are doing their own version of what works for them and their population. So we're actively in that mix at this point. So that is it for the presentation on our end. I would open it up for any questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yeah, hi, thank you. That was really, really interesting. I just have a question or two rather about your call volume, and if you have that data distributed by town and city across Marin to understand.
I have the data for last year. I can share my screen on that real quick for you.
Great. And while you're doing that, I was just curious what time of day and what days of the week do you get the highest call volume?
Yeah, so this is going to be, like I said, last year. So you can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is by city, just in percentages.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously our big chunks here are Mill Valley, Nevada, and San Rafael. And then we do have the time of day, I believe, on this. Sorry, give me 1 second. I know it's on here. Right here. So we're looking at between 1 to 2 p.m. is our biggest chunk. And this is for the whole year from January to December of 2020. So our biggest chunk is coming between 1 to 2 p.m. We have sort of a hot spot just in this general 11 to 6-ish period.
And I forget what you shared. Are you open on weekends? Is this?
We are. Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And I think our goal with the expansion is having 2 teams running at all times, where there will be an overlap between the AM shift and the PM shift. So during those peak hours, there will potentially be 4 teams responding in our peak volume.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just as a clinician on the team, I've noticed, as far as your other question about days, Mondays, probably because we're closed on Sundays, are often busy coming out of a weekend into the start of a new week. Mondays are typically busy, and oddly enough, Thursdays across the board for mobile crisis, as well as our crisis stabilization unit, are typically see the highest number of calls.
And none of the 911 dispatch in Marin are patching through to you, right? They just refer out. Is that right?
Yeah, so they don't get directly patched to us, but their dispatchers will reach out to us most of the time. If not the dispatchers, the field officers, they tend to reach out to us if they know it's a mental health situation for our support. It's just a matter of our availability that tends to be the issue. But it doesn't get patched directly to us now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Catrona.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for being here. I had one question and one other thing, Connor. I didn't want to put you on the spot because you already have had a presentation that you just gave, but at the MCCMC Homelessness Committee that Councilmember Goddard and I serve on, Dr. Africa presented from that PDF that you just sort of referred to answer some of Vice Mayor Hellman's questions. And I thought there was a lot of rich information there because it highlights demographics, for the different users and things like that. And I know that's something that the public here would be interested in, and my fellow council members too, I'm sure. I was wondering if you'd feel comfortable going through some of those slides, because there's a lot of rich data that might help answer some of our other questions. And the only one question I had from your first bit was if you're coordinating with police departments to capture calls that go to police departments during your off hours that you might otherwise receive if you were open. And I know that you had some call numbers on there on the chart that you showed us a minute ago. But in my experience, I've heard people who have attempted to use this service, and not only did they not actually connect with someone, but they were sent to a voicemail that was full. And I'm wondering how that skews data, especially during the pockets of time when you might be closed and the voicemail might fill up.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a good point. And the voicemail full thing, we actually had some problems on our phones for a minute. There was some sort of glitch happening where it was showing full. And so that happened a couple of times. We've gotten that fixed since then. And as far as tracking the data, we've actually been working with the various law enforcement departments and asking them actually to call us in those times, even if they know we're not available, whether we're open or not, just still calling us, and they track it on their end as well as we can track it over here to make sure that, you know, we're collecting the data. Because one of the things that we're trying to show is the need, right? So if there's more need than what we can provide, that obviously leads to the natural conversation of expansion and what tools we need, whether it's clinicians or everything I mentioned before. So
great, thank you.
Councilman Kohler.
And did you want me to go through those slides right now, or did you want me to hold off on that?
Up to Councilmember Kohler. I know she has her hand up for a question too. So.
Okay.
I just have a question. Thank you for all your work. So a few years ago, myself and some friends were dealing with a neighbor with severe mental health issues. And I think this was before your current expansion. I mean, I know you want to expand more, but at that time it was very limited. But it went on for 6 months of getting her 5150, etc. And luckily I did have friends that worked in the mental health ward at Marin General, so I could consult with them. But I did not know at all, and I was a council member at the time, about the mobile crisis response team. I mean, it did not end well at all after 6 months, but I'm just wondering, you know, it's great for us to hear this presentation, and we do have a number of folks on, and I know you guys are so busy, so you don't necessarily want to invite more folks, but it sure would have been helpful to at least talk to someone at the team, even if they weren't available to come out. And I'm wondering how this information can be more broadly outreach to the general community about the team for availability for people like me who are just really trying to help someone and really at a loss calling everybody I knew who had any kind of experience in the field. So is there a way that it can be better advertised so the general public knows more about you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually part of one of the elements of the funding is some of our outreach efforts. And the outreach includes being able to reach out to professionals and the community as well. So everybody is aware of what we do. And I can actually let Kelly speak to how many presentations she's done in the past, 4 months. She's been presenting everywhere left and right. So.
Well, I think if there's a way to maybe get flyers available, and maybe you already have those, so we can get the word out a little bit better. And I know advertising would mean even more calls, but it sure seems like you guys provide such a valuable service. It would really help. Thank you so much for your work.
Yeah, no problem. And if you ever do want an invite or send an invite for us to do something similar like this, feel free to shoot over an email. We can work it in.
Thank you.
Just really quick though, do you have a flyer? Is there like a PDF that we could put at various locations in town?
We do, yeah. Yeah, I can send it. Michelle, I think I have your email.
That would be great.
Hi, this is Michelle. It'd be great. Send me anything you want.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome.
So if you wanted to take a couple of minutes to briefly go through a bit more information that you have queued up, and I had just a very quick follow on to some of the questions about the time of day, which was kind of surprising to me that it centers around the middle part of the day and into the afternoon. I guess I would have expected that the evening and later in the night might be a bigger time, but that's not when you're open. So I'm wondering, do you have any data on that? For example, you mentioned law enforcement, you ask that they go ahead and call you anyway, because that way you get the record. Does that extend into the nighttime, or do we really have that idea?
Yeah, it extends into the nighttime as well. So I've actually been pretty actively meeting with all the law enforcement departments, trying to collect as much and partner with them and for that data as well. So anytime, if it's 3 a.m, we still ask that they call us, or at least track that they would have called us in some capacity. So, and they keep track of how many times we were available, not available, how many calls they've made, and so on. So some of this data here, this one is a number of contacts that we've made by quarter. You can obviously see way back, this goes way back to 2016 on the far left end, all the way up to Q1 of 2021. You see a huge spike here. So kind of to the comment of getting the word out, I think that might be a little bit of what's happening. We've expanded a little bit, been a little more present in schools as well. And so naturally a ramp up in our calls and therefore contacts of service. So here's a referral source. There's a little bit of a breakdown of who calls us the most. And so obviously you can see down the gray box on the left, the self, family, and friends, just regular community members is the bulk of the calls that we get. Speaking directly to folks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that I think surprises folks a lot too when they see this is actually self. We do get folks that call in for themselves as well, for us to chat with them and go out potentially and engage as well. And stop me if I'm going too fast. I just, for the sake of time, I'll move through it here. And we covered this. We have kind of our 3 big heavy hitters in the city of San Rafael, Nevada, Mill Valley. With Fairfax, you can see you guys in here at about 4% of our calls, and this is for the year 2020 again, just to remind everybody, going up into Q1 of 2021. So demographics, I think this is a really interesting piece here. Almost evenly split male and female. We do also try to track if we know that somebody's identifying as transgender, we try to track it. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult with some of this stuff. If we're in the middle of an active crisis, being able to really break that down, but if we do know, we track it all into an Excel log. So obviously, without reading everything to you, you can see the bulk of our calls is individuals identified as white. We do have another, the next biggest population is the Hispanic population. And then other and unknown, which is again, it falls in that category where we just didn't know. And sometimes we call on people we never meet with them in person and therefore don't even have that engagement. So the bulk is 18 to 59 as far as age groups. We have a pretty huge number of calls coming from that group. We've started to get a little more of the youth. I think COVID has played a role in that. So we opened up 4 schools, but then of course COVID has done its thing and shutting schools down and opening back up, shutting down. And so I'm anticipating as we go, one of the grants actually is asking us to focus on youth outreach. So as we go, we're going to do a little bit more youth outreach. I'm anticipating that number rising up as well. Hour the contact, we kind of covered this already, but again, bulk of the middle of the day. And I know, Mary, you said that happened to be surprising for you. And it could very well be the fact that we're open, and that's why we're getting calls. And maybe if we expanded hours, therefore might get more calls later. I'm not sure. I don't really have an accurate theory on that. But it does tend to slow down later in the night. All right, and that's all the extra data that I have here. Did anybody have questions on that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. These have both been very helpful presentations, and I know there's a great deal of interest in our community. So thank you very much for explaining this to us, and continue with your great work. And I hope your expansion is swift and strong.
Thank you. I hope so too. And to throw credit where credit's due, thank you, Kelly. She's kind of our person and who's the face of it out in the field a lot. So thank you, Kelly and the team for doing the field work.
No problem. We're happy to help, and we hope that we can continue to do more of it. Yeah, and like I know, Councilman Kohler, you brought up kind of wishing you had someone to call and consult with, and while we are limited in staffing, sometimes we always try to make an effort to, even if a field team isn't available, to try to engage with you on the phone, to try to problem solve on the phone if a field response isn't possible. And that's the other thing too, is if you leave us a message, we will get back to you. And even if it's off hours, if you're calling before 8 a.m. or after 9 p.m., if I get them, like I start at 8 a.m. tomorrow, if there's calls after 9, I'm going to call you back in the morning to follow up and find out if the crisis is resolved, if there's ongoing matters that need attention. And so we do make an effort to try to be there to consult, and please do share that information. We're happy to do what we can to help.
Mayor, I just had one more question, if I could ask.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering. It seems like we're sort of building the plane as we're flying it, moving forward, and trying to figure out how to create, the greatest program we can. And I know that there are other communities up north in Sonoma, and even our partners in Novato and San Rafael that are trying to figure out what's going to create the program that best serves their population. And I'm curious, for us as council members and for members of the public, if people have ideas on what we would like to see or what might best serve our community in the next year or so as this is being built and as we're coming up with proposals for how much money it would cost and stuff, should we just direct that information to, or those comments to you, Connor, via email or something?
Yeah, absolutely. You comments, and if you want to hop on the phone, we can always do that as well. I'm not necessarily in the position to be making a lot of those decisions, but I can absolutely funnel the information to where it needs to be. But absolutely, I mean, I've been very much trying to hear from everybody and gather as much information as I can to make it work. I tell everybody I'm a pretty competitive person, so I want to make the best program. And I know that Petaluma and Santa Rosa have their own thing, and I've talked to them, and I kind of have a little rivalry inside that I want to be better than theirs. So whatever we can do to make it work.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now go to the open time for public expression on matters not on tonight's agenda. And,
Mayor, excuse
yes.
me.
Oh, we
See
should
if there are any comments on.
we should get public comment. Yes.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. So Michelle, if you would open public comment if we have any.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So any member of the public who wants to make a comment on this presentation, you would raise your hand now. And I don't see any. Oh, I see one raised hand. And that is Deborah Benson. You're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, everyone, for hearing me. So I just want to try to understand what you all just gave us. So my understanding is that you now have 2 teams, which would mean 2 sets of people to respond to a call, and that you're hoping to have 4 teams, and that calls could take hours to respond to. I think it's great that you're doing what you're doing, by the way, across Marin County. So you showed an 11% call in from the police for help from you guys. So how, because here in Fairfax they're 24/7. I know it's not true all the way across Marin, but how do you deal with the communication there, and how do you help each other out? And the other thing that comes to my mind is I have a friend who was, for many years, was on the psychiatric unit at Marin General. And there were oftentimes people who were very violently disturbed, who had to be physically restrained. So how do you make the call about, when you go in and, when you call for help for yourselves, because it could be a dangerous situation. So again, thank you for everything you're doing. Good good work, good luck on making it bigger. And I guess those are my questions.
Thank you. If you can go ahead and clarify on the number of people you have on or plan to have on, and then.
Yeah, absolutely. So as of right now, we try to have 2 teams, but we currently, on average, will probably only have 1 team at any given time. That's our current. So that's the here and now. The year from now, like what I was saying with the expansion, when it lands, we're hoping to have up to 4 teams potentially at once, overlapping, and depending on what our staffing is. So, but our ideal that we're trying to get to is having 2 teams available at all times. 2 teams of 2 clinicians apiece. So if that makes sense. So 4 clinicians. And then the other piece about the law enforcement have determined to make that call. It's really a judgment call on the situation. We're looking for certain cues. We have safety cues that we follow of, when we approach a door, standing off to the side, things like that, reading somebody's body language, and, if somebody's able to respond to cues from us or not. And, if it sort of crosses a threshold, that might be a situation where we reach out for help from law enforcement, because we don't go hands-on. So we're not approaching that in the field.
That's always a question.
Okay, and the next speaker is Joe Mcgarry. You're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much for the presentation, and just have a couple of questions, mostly related to data. In one of the goals for the future or things to be added, you spoke of a recovery coach. And so that leads to the question. I was wondering if you have any data on the breakdown of those in crisis that you've been serving, mental health versus drug and alcohol specific crisis. And I know you alluded to dual diagnosis, and there's some layers there to peel apart to get to what the root cause is. And I'm wondering, at what point is that designation made for those folks? Is it well after the fact, after you've been able to, really analyze what their situation was, or is it in the middle, at the beginning of service? And also curious, I don't know, but does a 5150, does that automatically, does that require law enforcement? I'm not sure about that. That's something I'd like to know. And what else? Oh, just like at a percentage, like how many of the, I guess it was almost 1,900 calls, how many did end up involving law enforcement, and how many were you able to handle safely on your own? Yeah, I think that's, and then the also interesting is the calls for service. You had them lumped together of self and family, and I forget what the third part was. And I'm just wondering how many folks, if you have data on how many are calling for themselves alone versus a family member or someone else calling. Thanks for all you're doing.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Sorry, I was trying to track all the questions you had there.
Excuse me, Mayor, maybe similar to what we did with the previous presentation, rather than a lot of back and forth, we may want to see if there's some way to do follow-up in a different way.
Yeah, let's first make sure we're finished with comment. I don't see any others. Michelle, do you see
No,
any?
Mr. Mayor, there are no more comments if you want to close it.
So we'll close the public comment. Yeah, I agree. That was quite a number of questions, but if you wanted to just very briefly, just for a minute, just hit the high points and then we can wrap up.
Yeah. As far as I can just kind of briefly summarize any of the data questions that were asked, we don't have it on hand right now. We do keep pretty extensive data in an Excel log that we could get to, but I don't have it on hand to share right now. As far as differentiating between dual diagnosis and if it's substance use, if it's not, it's really a tricky call that we can do our best with as much time as we have in the field to make the call, and it really depends on the person's how aware they are and how much they're able to interact. Many times if we're unsure, we can still write the what we call a 5150. It's an application for further assessment where we can take them to the CSU to really get all that stuff flushed out and get them to the appropriate setup where they need to be. I think that hits all of the questions.
Okay.
Connor, one of the questions is, a 5150 requires police? No, mobile crisis clinicians are authorized by the county to initiate 5150s. I myself can advise someone, author a hold, and we also provide safe transport to cooperative members of our community that are seeking more mental health treatment. Police can also do that, but we have that ability, and that's what makes us more, unique. Sorry, 1 second. Housekeeping, that we can step in and do the same things with a more therapeutic approach than law enforcement. So we can step in, do the same intervention, and hopefully have a warmer handoff to the crisis unit and to further mental health professionals.
Thank you, Kelly. Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, again, excellent presentation. And if you would like to send any brief information to our town manager for inclusion in our newsletter, that's something we can offer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so now we will go into the open time for, Renee, did you?
No, I was just saying goodbye.
Okay, yeah. Go into open time for public expression, and this will be for items not on tonight's agenda, with 3 minutes per person. And what we've been doing recently, it seems to be working well, is that we go for the maximum of half an hour at this point, and then we'll continue if need be at the end of the meeting. So, Michelle, if you would open up the open time.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to. So the first speaker is Richard Applebaum, and you're unmuted now. You'll be followed by Jody Timms.
Good evening, Council. From a recent article, it says cities and counties have until December 31st to adopt resolutions to control SB 9 impacts. It requires a two-step process. Step one is that a city needs to have written policies in place before an application for a project under SB 9 is deemed complete. Step two is then to apply that policy to a specific application. Also, the same approach can be taken regarding ADUs. I don't really entirely follow what all this means, but if there's something we should be doing that has a deadline of December 31st, I'm just raising it here. It'd be great to hear the public to hear where we are on that. More broadly, the whole topic of imminent development and updates to the housing element for 2023 to 2031, ABAG, RENA, and new state laws. As I'm following things, you've all contracted a consultant firm to help guide you and shepherd you through the process of having us ready for compliance for all that is coming down on us. And as I also understand it, it's likely that at least the possibility of a lot of new development and changes to zoning and loss of local control are coming. And so my sense of things is that you're not in a position, you're not taking a stance right now to make a legal fight on behalf of the town. And so that if something like that were to happen, it's going to come from citizens directly, and citizens might have to get their own legal team in place. And so what I would ask of you all, because it's very confusing, and while there are people who watch town council meetings and tune in from different places, some speak, some don't, my guess is that the majority of the town doesn't really know what's afoot. And I don't think it would be inappropriate at all for the town to send a dedicated email out to all the folks that are on the town email list explaining what's going on and what how you all see what we're being compelled to do and why you've brought on consultants to guide us and what may be coming and what this all means. Not everyone, I didn't know for a long time what the acronyms ABAG and RENA, it takes a while to figure out what all these things are. And it would be also great if there was something added to the website. So tonight's not the night for me to say why don't you take one stand or another, but I think this information is really important. I think that many citizens and taxpayers in town don't know what's coming and don't know what's going on and don't know what the process is right now, and just getting that information out without taking a stand or a position one way or another, I think would be really important. It's a really important information, and so that's a request that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by Deborah Benson. Jody, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive, wearing two hats tonight. First, my age-friendly hat. Just want to give the regular little update. We have our Breakfast with Friends coming up as an event on November 17th at Barefoot, 9:30 in the morning. So please join us if you'd like to do some socializing. Also that same day at 10:30, we have our monthly forum, given that the following week is Thanksgiving. So it's a bit early this time, but and it's a topic that's not always the most popular, but it is getting your ducks in a row for end of life planning. And this is a really important conversation that one should have with oneself and then with your family to make arrangements and think through the scenarios and options that you'd like to have at the very end of your life, including the documents that you need, legal forms like an advance directive, medical forms like a POLST, and just even thinking about final arrangements. So information about that event is on our website, the town's website, under the age-friendly Fairfax button. So just wanted to mention those two. And then switching my hat to the being a member of the Climate Action Committee, I think probably many of us have been at least aware, if not tracking a little bit on what's happening in Glasgow, Scotland this past week. We are not making the kind of progress I think many of us had hoped for around addressing climate change and global warming and biodiversity and many other really very serious issues that we have from the local to the global. And so I just wanted to encourage folks, if you're enthused about these issues and would like to work locally on them, we have openings on the Climate Action Committee. We'd love volunteers and or members of the community to join us at a meeting or the actual committee itself. I do chair the transportation subcommittee of that group, and along that front, as I think I've mentioned before, it's really important that we electrify our transportation. I'm not encouraging people to buy cars they don't need, but we do want to move toward all electric vehicles as soon as we can in this city and this county and this country. So if you're thinking of buying something soon, please consider the options that are available for electrification. And then also in the same way with our homes, we really need to move as much as and as quickly as we can toward heat pump, water heaters and furnaces and AC systems if need be. So just want to encourage everybody to keep track of what's going on and do the best you can to contribute to bringing our greenhouse gas emissions down. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jody.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Joseph Boinagel. Deborah, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members and mayor, for hearing me. I am a resident of Fairfax. I want to speak on a few issues. First, many thanks to Interim Public Works Director Jonathan Goldman and Interim Town Manager Adam Pulitzer for purchasing the water tank I saw a few weeks ago on the back of the town truck irrigating the town trees before the rains, but thank you for that. Next, the blind coverings on the sushi eatery on Bolinas Road. Design was discussed at previous council meetings, and I was under the impression that they were considered unsafe because they blocked the view of the sidewalk and would be removed. It's gotten worse. Now they're up on the coffee roastery as well, and the sushi place has installed nearly opaque black plastic sheeting over theirs. If a pedestrian walked out onto the street from behind one of those, it would be a disaster. A driver would be on top of them without having a chance to react. and pedestrians do sometimes just walk out into the middle of the street without looking. Okay, next, I want to speak about free speech. At the October 6th council meeting, in the staff report, there were recommendations regarding creating a safe space in Brown Act meetings. I quote, individuals who voluntarily decide to participate in community meetings should be made aware that freedom of speech is still a right to all, but that a violation of a commitment to civil engagement can allow the meeting facilitator the right to proceed to hearing from another speaker. Nowhere can I find a legal term definition for the phrase commitment to civil engagement. What would constitute a violation? Nowhere do I find a violation of commitment to civil engagement as a limitation to our First Amendment right of freedom of speech. Under the Brown Act, a person can be silenced if they disrupt the meeting, which is defined by whistling, clapping, foot stomping, yelling, using profane language, throwing things, or going past their allotted time. Time limits must be consistent. However, in meetings of this council, people in agreement with the personal views of council members are often given more time than those in disagreement. The Brown Act does not allow a person to be silenced because they criticize a person of an agency by name, as long as the criticism pertains to job performance. Therefore, I would suggest that the language in the staff report regarding limitations on free speech be removed. And again, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Deborah.
The next speaker is Joseph Bonego, followed by Pam Miggs. And Joseph, you're unmuted now.
Hi, good evening. Quick update from me tonight. My name is Joseph Bonego. I'm a Fairfax resident on Wood Lane, and I am the Fairfax representative on the Marin Commission on Aging. And so I'm here tonight to extend the invitation to attend the monthly commission meeting, which is tomorrow, November 4th. It starts at 10. It's held on Zoom, and I have posted in Nextdoor information about the event and the Zoom link. These meetings are always open to the public, and the first hour is an educational component and very interesting. So tomorrow's presentation is titled Voices of Marin, and the presentation will feature speakers from the Marin City Community Services District, Royce McLemore, board member of MCCSD and principal officer of the Golden Gate Village Resident Council, as well as Juanita Edwards, senior services coordinator at MCCSD. The attendees will hear about the history of Marin City from two women who have lived there since childhood. We will learn about Golden Gate Village and the Resident Council's Deep Green Renovation Plan, as well as learn how to get involved to support services and policies for older adults living in Marin City. This concludes my comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
The next speaker is Pamela Miggs. You are unmuted now.
Hello again. A couple of things. I really want to applaud Richard for talking about this issue on density. I mean, we're going to be dealing and facing a very difficult situation, and I'm feeling the same way, that the community just is not aware, or there's a small group of us. So whatever you can do on transparency is really needed. And so I'm hoping we'll see some more activity. And I'm still wondering about bringing back an advisory committee instead of just making it open to the consultants and meetings. So that at least it would have a closer look and see what's going on. Secondly, I want to talk about the Halloween night. Awesome party, just so much fun, great energy, tons of people. The only little glitch I thought was that there were so many little kids and the sidewalk was packed. People had to walk around cars, but then there were cars coming up and down the street and they were gridlocked. Personally, I think you have to close the street for safety. Then it'll be one big party. But at least there wouldn't be cars, and I never saw so many dogs dressed up this year too. But yeah, it's a safety issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
I do not see any more raised hands if you want to close the public comment. Oh, I see one more, sorry. That's Mark Bell. You're unmuted, Mark.
Thanks, Michelle. I'd like to second how someone banning free speech because they don't like what's being said, even though it's within the legal guidelines, seems to pervade, especially with at least one member of this town council, while other people make derogatory remarks and go unchecked. Back to the land acknowledgement. As I've talked in the past, it's an absurdity. It's almost like you're saying, well, we're living on unceded land from the Miwoks, but if they had ceded the land to the Spanish, then it would have been okay. Is that really what you're saying? And then you're going back to the Miwoks living here. Well, there seems to be a lot of proof and a lot of theories that have a basis that there were hominids here before the Miwoks came. And I'm sure that they did not cede the land to the Miwoks, since neither of them had a written language that would be on a contract. And I doubt they etched it or painted it on a cave wall. You can look at the history of the Lakota, who displaced the Kiowa, who displaced what other tribe was before them. And you can look at virtually every Native American tribe, and they all had unceded lands, and they took it from other people, and they were unceded lands when they were living there. So what is the point? What are you really saying with this land acknowledgement? I think it's really, it has a racist background to it, and that it should go. And that's all I have to say.
I do not see any other raised hands at this time, Mr. Mayor.
So we will close the open time for public expression. Thank you all. Next up is
Mr. Mayor, could I?
Yes.
One thing, I just, I was wondering, I know that there's some interest online and some people from the public have asked about SB 9 and stuff. And I believe our town attorney could give a brief update on where we're at in that process, just to let the public know that we are working on and looking at these things. And I was wondering if it's okay if she said a few words on that.
Fine with me, Janet, if you.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So within our law firm, we have a new housing law group, and they've been studying the new housing laws, how they interact with each other, how they impact client cities and towns. And we have received a big, huge advice memo from them, came to the city and town attorneys. And I'm going to be working with Ben in planning, Ben and Linda, to bring to you for your December meeting at the council an urgency ordinance that addresses some design development guidelines for processing an SB 9 application should we receive one after January 1st. It's going to come urgency to council first. It'll be followed directly after with the regular path and ordinance doing the same thing, going to planning commission and then to council. And so it's designed to cover us come January 3rd, I think is the first Monday after January 1st, in case we receive an SB 9 application. And it's part and parcel of the larger project, which is the objective design and development guidelines, and that are being worked on currently. So yes, we're well aware of it, and we are planning on bringing forward something to address how we process such an application should we receive one. And I want to point out to everybody, though, that this is not something that that we can really fight or do anything about, as far as enacting something that counteracts it. We can address it and help us deal with it. But it's much like the ADU statutes that came out a few years ago. And the best thing we can do is just simply try to put something in place that helps us deal with it.
Thank you, Janet.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks, Chance. That's a good suggestion. So moving to our consent calendar, which we have a number of items on. Is there any questions, comments about the consent calendar before we go to public comment on that? Councilmember Kohler?
I don't want to pull anything. I just have two comments. One is I had sent some comments on item 7, the brochure, and beforehand, and I believe they've made the few changes I asked for. And also on item 11, the ordinance regarding the smoking. Bob Curry is here, but I just want to thank him again and thank our attorneys for working with me and others to move that forward. So those are just a couple of comments, and thank you all very much.
I should say that actually that there have been supplements issued to the packet for items 7, 13, and 14. Item 7 is the one you referred to, which I had a couple of minor corrections as well too, and they are in a supplement. So whenever we address the consent calendar, we should remember that that would include those supplements. Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of quick things, nothing to pull. Item 10 in the resolution about the zero emission vehicle sales, in the second whereas, it says has instead of gas. It actually could change the intended meaning. So if we could make that change. And then item 12, and with thanks to the Fairfax Open Space Committee for really jumping on this and making some strong recommendations. I wanted to see if the rest of council would be amenable to my proposal to add something to the list of the things that FOSC has asked us to send on to the county. So they've got 3 bullet point recommendations on page 2 in the staff report. And I'm seeing that there is nothing about any of our local community outdoor commons. We've used Measure A funds in the past, I think, very, very well for our urban parks, if you will, or any of the outdoor commons this year, Perry Park, and then we've had budgeting for those things. So I wondered if, and I don't dispute the order here, and again, with appreciation, but if we could add one, a 4th bullet that talks about local community outdoor commons. I think it's an important piece that fulfills some of the community's desires for our open space, if you will. Or outdoor public commons that isn't captured in the top in the bullets presented by FOSC.
I would just make one suggestion rather than saying commons, parks, because Measure A is supposed to be for open space parks, preservation. So
yeah,
that covers the commons. So I think that's a good suggestion, but I would just change it to park.
Yeah, that sounds great. I had put down urban parks and playgrounds or recreation focused parks, or yeah. Okay. If that just rounds it out for many people who really would like to see us make sure we continue to prioritize some of our urban open land.
Yeah, thank you both. Chance?
I just wanted to say I'm totally on board with that, and I believe that we have the vice chair of the Open Space Committee with us on the meeting. So maybe during public comment on consent, we might get some feedback on that as well. That could help us.
Okay. And if we're ready, then we can go to that public comment. Michelle?
Yes. Okay. If you have a public comment on one of the consent calendar items, please raise your hand now. Alex Mack, you are unmuted now.
I want to pull number 6 and open it for discussion. Did it work?
Alex?
Hi, number 6. Can you hear me?
Maybe the audio isn't working.
It says mute. Oh,
Okay.
do I click it to mute? Do I click it to
We
unmute?
can hear you, Alex. Just go ahead and speak.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, I just want to pull number 6 and open it for discussion.
Okay. We'll take that up after the comment.
Okay, thanks. Comment's over. I don't know how to get rid of it.
I will unmute you. Okay. The next speaker is Jack Judkins, followed by Jody Timms. And Jack, you're unmuted now.
Hi, members of the Town Council. Jack Judkins, Vice Chair of the Fairfax Open Space Committee. First, I want to thank staff and the council for putting this on your agenda so quickly. It was something that came to our attention fairly late, and I'm really grateful that you would consider it. And I have no objection to the addition of parks as an additional priority. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Jack.
Next speaker is Jody Timms. And Jody, you are unmuted now.
Good evening again. I just want to thank you very much for your presumed support here in voting to adopt the resolution that supports this goal of reaching 100% of zero electric vehicle sales in California by 2030. That moves it up from 2035 to 2030. And to send this on to the governor, I think, is really important. The Board of Supervisors, as the public may know, passed this resolution in October, as did Oakland, Richmond, and Berkeley. So I'm just very happy to be part of a town that values this. Thank you very much, Councilmember Cutrano, for bringing it forward, and to be the first city also in Marin to support this behind the Board of Supervisors. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jody.
I do see one more hand. Deborah Benson, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members in there. I would like to speak to item 5, the council members' reports on their activity during the month of October. According to Councilmember Cutrano's report on 10/26, there was a Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee ad hoc meeting with council members Cutrano and Goddard and Ross Valley Unite members. And my question is, how can an ad hoc committee be holding meetings when the Res J committee is no longer active? Then on 10/29, council members Ackerman and Goddard met with representatives of the Federated Graton Rancheria representatives to discuss changing the name of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. As Councilmember Hellman stated in a televised interview, we can't put this, not in her words directly, but intent, before the people for a vote because 90% would vote against it. So this action by the council members is yet another example of members following their own personal agendas rather than representing the will of the people they were elected to represent. This meeting with the Graton Rancheria people shouldn't have taken place without a public forum first on this issue. Fairfax is the only town choosing to effect a legal change of name, and it's going to place an undue burden on the residents from Victory Village to Shadow Creek, the low to moderate residents in the many apartment buildings in the West End, and the business owners. Every document from business paperwork to payroll documents, sales tax licenses, liquor license, passports, driver's licenses, mortgage documents, deeds maybe, and title reports, and a change of address for every utility, credit card bill, et cetera, et cetera. And this feels like it feels like an act of disregard for our people. And I think it should stop right now. And I think it should come before the people. So thank you.
Thank you.
I do not see any more raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for the
Except, sorry,
except one more.
Mark, I think you wait for me to say that. Okay, you're unmuted now.
I do. It's my favorite part, aside from this friend of mine making announcements. I agree with what Deborah Benson had to say. Supposedly in San Anselmo, when you're talking about changing Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, one restaurant, or I think she owns two restaurants, said it was going to cost her $37,000 if they were to change the name. A business owner I talked to in Fairfax said it was going to cost at least $7,000 because he would have to get all new permits, and I don't know whatever other expenses he would entail. I'm sure other people would as well. And so if you're having a meeting with a committee that isn't even functioning, how does that even happen? Especially when you look at the role of the committee that's non-functional, makes up at least two members of this other group, Ross Valley Unite, who has no web presence. So you can't even find who's on them, because I've looked and there's nothing. So why are you dealing with a committee of people who are basically working underground? And why are you giving them this type of credence? Is it because you want to take the money, the 35 to 50,000 that was budgeted for the Res-J, instead of giving it to Golden Gate Village, you want to give it to them to waste on something? That's all I have to say.
I see no more raised hands. If you want to close the public comment.
We will close public comment on the consent calendar. Renee?
Yes, I just wanted to request, I did hear a member of the public ask that we pull item 6. And I think we could take that up at the end of the meeting as just an offering of information, because I think there is some confusion. And I think there are a couple things to be said that could actually help clarify. It might be a good thing. I know we have such a packed agenda and we have lots of staff folks waiting from multiple agencies. So I would request that it come at the end of the meeting.
I would concur. And that item is actually a requirement under the AB 361, the governor, the order that superseded the governor's COVID emergency order. And part of that is that every jurisdiction has to make these findings each month. And so that's what this particular thing is that monthly thing, and it will continue as long as we continue to have virtual meetings. Chance.
Thank you, Mayor. The only differing thought I had on that, and I'm happy to do it that way, but I just thought maybe Town Manager Pulitzer could just give an update on where we are in terms of the hybrid programming and stuff, and maybe that would answer the questions in terms of giving a sense of when we might come back to some sort of in-person. I know the Board of Supervisors has moved to a hybrid model as of Tuesday, but I don't think other cities aside from Mill Valley have taken up that opportunity. So that was one thought, maybe at the end of consent or something like that, could be brief. I just wanted to make two comments. One, I just wanted to thank Jody Timms for reaching out about the zero emission vehicle resolution. I'm glad that I didn't realize that we were the first city or town to move that, and so I'm really grateful for her keeping an eye out on those things and bringing them forward to council. And I don't want to read the proclamation, which is item 14, but given the fact that don't have a lot of time here and we're running behind time, I'm sure, but I just wanted to acknowledge that as of November 1st, we are in Native American Heritage Month. And, you know, some members of the public earlier had reached out about the land acknowledgement and things like that. And when I reached out to Great Rancheria about working on a proclamation in honor of this and collaborating with the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria about this month and celebrating and bringing special attention to Native Americans locally, regionally, and nationally for this month, I actually went to their website, and I encourage everybody to go to their website and take a look at their timeline of things, because it really is enlightening to learn about the way in which the Coast Miwok not only did they not cede their land, but there was a continual shrinking and takings and real stealing of Coast Miwok land, even land that they were granted by the Mexican government, which was 80,000 acres in Nicasio, and then it shrunk to 4,000, and then they were landless, and then they were given some land and grouped together with other tribes, and then as the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, and then again they were not recognized by the federal government again and stripped. And so there's like this incredibly sad but enduring history of Coast Miwok people, and they're still here among us today, and they show up to our meetings and they help to educate us and keep these lines of communication open. And I think the land acknowledgement at the beginning of our meeting is embracing that honestly and speaking truth to where we're at, and we are on unceded or stolen land. And at the same time, it's great to be able to reach out to the tribes and to have this partnership moving forward where we can take time to acknowledge. And this proclamation that we're bringing, item 14, is doing exactly that. And just wanted to thank you all for considering it, and on their behalf too. I'm sure they're thankful, and this is something that they wanted to bring to all the communities in Marin. So this is something that the Tribal Council had drafted and brought forward. And I believe we'll be putting some resources. Marin County Free Libraries has some great resources for Native American Heritage Month. And so we'll be putting some of those on the website and in our newsletter for folks to share with their family and friends for this important month. So thank you.
So Mayor, I'd like to make the motion, but I want to also just mention something to clarify something. From what I understand, you, Mayor, and Councilmember Goddard were assigned to a group that were part of the county group that would meet with the Great Rancheria. So I believe you're continuing that work that is taking longer than some would have liked, but that's how these things go. And I also want to say that I believe it was the last meeting or the meeting before that we approved or nominated Councilmember Goddard and Councilmember Contrano to be on an ad hoc committee. I don't know that we called it the ad hoc ResJ committee, but to work on those issues. So I think there's some misunderstanding about that, and I just wanted to clarify that. But with that, I'd like to make the motion to move forward on the consent calendar. I would like to make the motion to pull item 6 and move it to the end of the meeting because we have a busy schedule, but also to go forward and approve the rest of the consent calendar with the supplements to item 7, item 13 and 14, right, and the change to item, I'm trying to figure out where that item is on the
10
and 12.
On number 12? Oh, okay. And with the changes noted with parks for item 12.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Kohler, second by Caprano. And Michelle, if you would take the roll call on the consent calendar, please.
Yes. Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so item 6 will go at the end. And just checking, do we want to tackle one of the main items before we take a possible break? Or do we need a break?
Mayor, would you mind a 5-minute break?
It's okay.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. We'll be back. So returning from our recess, we will continue with the first item on the regular agenda, item 16. And if we can, Adam, I guess you'll begin that, and then we'll hear from Chief Weber. Or Chief, will you just begin? However.
All righty. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Weber, your Ross Valley Fire Chief. The item in front of you is in regards to really the facilities at Ross and the impacts associated with the Ross Valley Fire Department. And, you know, I'm moving at a pretty good clip this evening. The full and exhaustive presentations available on the Ross Valley Fire Department's website from our last meeting, and both myself and your town manager, Adam, will be available, offline, certainly for any exhaustive questions or any follow-up to the report tonight. And then, of course, I'll be available to you this evening. You'll see as we go through, some of the data bounces back and forth between years, and that has to do with the standards of coverage that we had done by an outside consulting firm that used 16, 17-year data. And then more recently, we used some just, easier to acquire data that we have at our fingertips. So we're not trying to trick anybody. It just bounces back and forth because the data sets are both high quality and really don't change anything in regards to outcome. But a couple questions have come up in regards to that. And really tonight, I think our focus is for the fire board members to receive feedback from the council. They'll be asked next week to weigh in on really what I think we're down to 2 viable options. From the original 8 we started with, narrowed it to 4. And I think at the last fire board meeting, really we're able to narrow that down to 2. And I'll get started with sharing my screen and move this along.
Thank you.
All righty. So a little background, in August, really last fall, Ross went through a pretty exhaustive process before their community and council trying to rebuild their civic center facilities. They were not able to muster the community support of 2/3 majority to raise the approximately $25 to $28 million for full civic center complex. Tried to do private fundraising, unsuccessful. Returned to the Ross Valley Fire Department board and asked if an alternative means of services could be accomplished with consent of the other Ross Valley Fire Department members. We, as the staff or management team, were directed to develop options associated with this. Started with 8, was narrowed to 4. We've been in front of the fire board and discussed these, as I mentioned, really focused on options 1 and 2, and those include moving the physical engine and the people from Station 18 in Ross to Station 19 in San Anselmo, and having 2 separate engines serve the communities, essentially 1 turn right, 1 turn left. Really no other changes, and the impacts to the JPA are relatively minimal with the exception of facilities and such at the town of San Anselmo. The second option, which is eliminating the engine in Ross and moving the 6 personnel west. Again, there's trade-offs associated with this option. And I would say, I think with the straw poll taken at the last fire board meeting and general discussions across different councils, this appears to be the option with the most possibility for success as we move forward. Option 3 was similar, but shifted and changed some personnel to, from professional full-time firefighters to like an apprentice, but very similar to option 2. And then option 4 was the same as option 2, but added an additional 3 personnel with a cost of around $600,000. I think fair to say desirable to most, if not all, just that the ability to achieve that $600,000 mark, unfortunately, just isn't there right now. A little bit about our service area. We start down on the lower right. That's the community of Ross in light blue, served by Station 18 in Ross. The orange colored Fire Station 19 is our San Anselmo station. And then the purplish kind of to the top of the page is Fire Station 20 in Sleepy Hollow. That's actually located in the town of San Anselmo, but serves the greater Sleepy Hollow community and that northern piece of San Anselmo, Officer Francis Drake. And then Fairfax, Fire Station 21, the light green to the left side. Just a little bit about some of our incident statistics. These are our performance of response times. 90% of the time, you have a low in Ross or Station 19, excuse me, in San Anselmo of 7:45, a high at Station 21 of a little over 9 minutes. And a lot of that just has to do with the geography and where the station's placed. It's not a lower level of service. It's just that we have longer response times in a broader area. Our staffing is a total of 9 each day, 11 if you include the ambulance that's based out of Ross. That's 2 people on each engine, then 1 battalion chief that manages the overall shift. A little bit about incidents by station. You look to the left is Ross in the gray, and I'm looking at the chart on the left side. The left bar graph, the gray one is Ross, just a little over 400 calls. The blue, darker blue is Station 19 in San Anselmo, around 1,100 calls. And then the yellow, Sleepy Hollow at about 500 incidents a year. And then Fairfax, just over 1,000. You see a little bit of a dip in 2020, predominantly due to COVID. That's an anomaly. Those numbers are already coming back up again. And that's kind of depicted in the chart to the right. A little bit of where we look like compared to the rest of the county. And this is the 101 corridor. I excluded stuff in West Marin just because it's considerably different in a rural area. But our fire stations in Ross Valley are in orange. The others are in blue. The left side is engine 18 in Ross, followed by Sleepy Hollow, and then starts to pick up as you travel through southern Marin, part of Novato, county fire stations in Woodacre and Marin City. 21's right there, just about smack dab in the middle of where county stations land. Then moving to the next orange, that's engine 19 in San Anselmo. And the vast majority of everything to the right, all of it really is right on the corridor, Sanderfeld, Novato. It's where our population bases are. There's really not a lot of surprises to this chart, but it kind of indicates where we're at in the field of play, if you will, with other stations in the county. So type of incidents that we're going on, fire is blue, so about an average of about around 1 a week, then followed by medical emergencies in the orange, and other service calls, some of which are code 3, some of which is lights and sirens, some are code 2, but those are everything else that doesn't fit into those other 2 categories. It's kind of big and broad, but that gives you an idea of the makeup of the types of calls we're running. Then similarly to the question I heard earlier with the HHS piece, how busy are we at what times of day is the chart on the right. And as you'd expect, people get up in the morning, the fire department starts to get busier, peaks kind of in that middle of the afternoon as people are getting out of school, coming home, and then tapers off into the middle of the night. One of the important pieces of this discussion when you talk about elimination of fire engine is simultaneous incidents. And really we're focused on the simultaneous incidents that occur between Ross and San Anselmo, because that's where we're discussing the elimination of an engine and serving that community with a second engine, and how often would calls while that engine company is busy occur in one of those 2 communities, and that's about 16% of the time. The chart on the right talks a little bit about unit hour utilization, and the unit on the left, the far left, is our ambulance that serves the area. And this is very typical. We have one ambulance for 7 or 8 fire stations, and then an engine company available to serve the immediate community, often with paramedics like it is in Fairfax. And our unit hour utilizations are what you'd expect in a bedroom community that's relatively safe and not a community in crisis. And, it shows the capacity in Engine 18 and the others that really all, with the exception of Engine 21, because again, some of these are longer calls out, on trails, etc. But otherwise, we're well below 95% utilization on our engine companies, or right at 95%. What that means is 95% of the time they're in the ready to respond. Now, they may be doing a lot of other things, training, etc., but they're available for response in the community. And the blue section, or their unavailability, which is what the graph is showing, is them committed on incidents. So it shows us there's capacity in the system, and we're not a community in crisis that sees our engine companies at 30% utilization rate and need to start having a discussion about second engines or a peak hour car, those kind of things to serve the community. That's a good thing. A little bit about the cost with fire services. Here on the far left is fire cost versus assessed value, and goes from Ross to Fairfax, kind of in that order, and that's just the cost divided by the total assessed property value. The middle chart talks about fire costs per population, or cost per capita. Ross has obviously the least number of people and has a fire station. Their costs are obviously high. And then you can see they just change a little bit. San Anselmo, Sleepy Hollow's up there, and then Fairfax. And then cost per incident. Again, this is just taking the number of incidents in that community, dividing by the cost for services. It's just to give us some kind of spatial location of where we're at in the fiscal world. I'm going to breeze through these quickly, but I'll focus on option 1. As I mentioned, option 1 is moving the fire engine and the people to Station 19. So in San Anselmo, we run 2 engines out of there. Their benefits are the response or challenges. Response times increase a little bit in Ross. The simultaneous incident impact goes away. You have 2 engines still available, so there's really no net change. The effective response force is the weight and speed at which we get to somewhere. What weight and speed means is the number of bodies arriving at an incident. Speed is just that, the time it takes them to get there. When we have things like a structure fire, they have multiple, or a cardiac arrest. There's a lot of things that have to happen at the same time. So it's getting those people there quickly and having enough to manage those incidents. So ERFs would improve to the west and decrease a little bit in the town of Ross as that apparatus is moved out of there. EMS incidents, again, about 81% of the time the ambulance would be available to serve that community for incidents, because the ambulance, the option, I guess, is to keep the ambulance there. Operating costs really don't change. There is some capital costs associated with this change to do some remodeling at Station 19 that Ross has agreed they would cover those capital costs if they move their fire engine there. Labor impacts are probably one of the considerations here, and that's that the facility is already a bit tight, so adding a whole nother engine company there. And the model is kind of odd for a suburban area that doesn't have a high volume of calls. You see this often in busy cities where the engine companies hit that 30% threshold or so, that they're 30% of the time they're committed on incidents. So they bring another engine in to manage and drop that availability of the unit back to something that's more sustainable. A little bit of impacts to Kentfield Fire, and then you'd be moving from 4 to 3 stations, but still remaining with 4 engines. And then the service level change, again, predominantly is on Ross, and the apportionment of capital costs don't really change a bunch. So that's option 1. Option 2, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about because I think, again, it has the greatest chance of receiving kind of broad support, if you will. And that would be moving the 6 personnel that are currently in Ross and we run 3 shifts. So that would give us the 2 people that are on duty there daily would move and transfer. One position would transfer to Station 19 in San Anselmo. The other would either go to Fairfax or Sleepy Hollow. Operationally, the recommendation is that it goes to Fairfax. Again, going back to the call volume and stuff that you saw there in the previous presentation, but that is a negotiable item for the board and councils to consider. Response times, again, would be a little bit greater, about 2 minutes greater in Ross. There would be no adverse effect or very little, especially by the time you got to Fairfax. San Anselmo would be dealing with that simultaneous call volume, which would have a little bit of an impact on the engine at Station 20 and potentially to a lesser degree, your engine in Fairfax, Station 21. We'd be moving from 4 engines to 3 engines, but the number of personnel on duty each day would remain the same. The effective response force, which I talked a little bit about, would significantly improve in Fairfax and San Anselmo, to a lesser degree Sleepy Hollow if the positions were moved there, and vice versa if the position went to Sleepy Hollow. And that's just the number of people that are arriving on that fire engine and the speed at which they're getting there. And again, it has to do when you're dealing with critical medical events or structure fires or vegetation fires, your ability to take action and the number of people there and how quick they get there reduces the damage and loss of life, etc. Fiscal impacts, you can see to the left, there's an operating cost chart. Working with labor, which we'll talk about in a minute, we were able to make an estimate of what associated savings there would be over a period of time. This is making the assumption that these changes would occur in the fiscal year 25, and it would take us until about 2032, just shy of there, to reach approximately $300,000 in savings. And the savings are coming from moving, what is now 3 captains and 3 engineers, moving them, and through attrition, reducing those positions to firefighter paramedics. And the reason why it's taking so long is we're doing this through attrition rather than trying to impose it on our labor group. And there's some small savings associated with our vehicle replacement. We'd be going from 4 frontline fire engines to 3 and 1 reserve. And we're able to do that as we purchase our vehicles. That's a pretty easy change associated with our vehicle replacement plan. Labor impacts, as I mentioned, our conversations with labor, and I think it's important to say labor has been cooperative, collaborative, and helpful through this process, which is a good thing. And I think they'll continue to be. They've been a good partner as long as I've been your fire chief. But they did feel it would be unfair to impose either Y rating, where you freeze people's pay, or demotions for those already in certain positions to achieve the movement of these personnel. And that's the reason why we're choosing attrition for the positions rather than imposing demotions or Y rating. Ratification would be required, or a side letter with the labor group, in order to achieve those labor impacts. Allied agency impacts, probably the greatest is Kenfield Fire, who regularly counts on the engine out of Ross to cover them if they're training or they're on another incident. So that'll be delayed a little bit, and probably some impacts to the county over in the Woodacre side, which would be responding as additional engine for like a structure fire or greater alarm incident, especially into the Fairfax area. Some of the policy considerations, and I apologize, I have to move all of your pictures are right in my way there. Policy considerations, and with this associated option, start with the apportionment or any of the $300,000 in savings, and Ross is requesting, because of their service level change and being the one that has the greatest impact associated with that those would be returned to Ross. Any one-time capital costs with station updates that would have to be done, and those I think are relatively minimal at this point, but there may be some impacts. For example, if the personnel were moved to Station 21 in Fairfax or Station 20 in Sleepy Hollow, there would be some minor remodel requirements, and those would have to be worked through. And then I've already mentioned several times the movement of personnel. Ross Valley Paramedic Authority has a lease agreement with the town of Ross for keeping their ambulance there. It's currently like $32,000 a year, and the money goes to Ross Valley Fire Department, which is a little odd. That's the way the lease agreement was set up. The proposal would be that if Ross invests in a new ambulance quarters there to the tune of about $2 million, they're requesting that we would change the lease agreement to be with the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority in the town of Ross and increase that amount to about $50,000 annually, and that would go to the town of Ross. I think for the most part, everyone feels that that would be relatively fair. It's kind of odd, the situation as it is now, and $50,000 is a year annually for an ambulance quarters is actually a pretty good bargain and certainly below market rate. The effective date of change, if it's our intention, if the board and ultimately the councils make amendments to the JPA, that these changes would go in effect somewhere around July 1st, 2025. But we'd be trying to bake that into the JPA now, while we have all the current players that have gone through this process in place, rather than repeating this process several years down the road. The restructuring costs, and especially any hard restructuring costs, would be borne by the town of Ross. Those would be attorney fees. A lot of the soft costs aren't really, they're already paid for. It's staff time, like me being here with you tonight. Those costs are already covered in the agreements that we have. And then that Ross would assist with repairs, like a new roof or a new HVAC system at the San Anselmo Fire Station if it failed, being that station would now be serving both communities. And I mentioned the MOU or side letter changes that would have to occur with labor. I'm going to skip over options 3 and 4 that I covered at a very high level earlier. I think the only thing I would mention with option 4 is there certainly has been an expressed interest from the fire board members, other members of the community regarding this additional staffing. And if we achieve option 2, we're about 2/3 of the way there, getting our NG companies to 3 personnel. And I think that there'll probably be fire board members that ask that we start to meet regularly as the labor management subcommittee and focus on that last piece if we achieve option 2 collectively. I think just at, again, a very high level, we're trying to develop a consensus on one of these options. I think what we're asking for from the council tonight is direction to the fire board members surrounding really options 1 and 2, because I think that's what's going to be the focus at next week's fire board meeting. Really important to consider that, fire services as a whole versus each individual community, that the Ross Valley Fire Department is a great organization, and we do better together than separately. It's efficient, and maintaining the JPA is an important piece of this overall. And it's going to take trade-offs amongst all the agencies, I think, to reach consensus. That we'll bring this back to the fire board next week for deliberations. Really, I think focused on options 1 and 2, and then obviously each town council is being briefed separately from the fire board before next week's meeting. And I am open to questions. And I know that was rather rapid fire, and our fire board members had the full presentation. I do want to make note that the full staff report, which has a lot of other data, is also available on our website from our last fire board meeting for somebody that wants to take a little deeper dive, because I did skim some of these things pretty quickly tonight.
And also our staff report for our council meeting tonight is a thorough presentation. And just to clarify that our fire board members from Fairfax are Councilmember Goddard and Vice Mayor Hellman. So, Barbara?
Yes, thank you, Chief Weber, as always. I just have, well, first of all, I want to say some of us have been looking at trying to get 3 on an engine for a number of years and looking at a variety of complex ways. So I think it's good we're getting closer. Since you mentioned that, I mean, option 2 is receiving more consensus from the fire board, and I think while all of us would want option 4, the costs are pretty high right now. But one thing I've asked prior to you, and I'd like to ask in this session, is based on the number of calls, if option 2 is chosen, it seems only correct to me that the personnel will be moved to Station 19, of course, but also Station 21 Fairfax. And I understand at least one Sleepy Hollow Fire Board member is supportive of that based on the calls. But I guess my hesitation is when you mentioned that's negotiable, I think the calls are here and in San Anselmo as well as in other places, but the volume is here. So I want to know what kind of assurance we could get that if option 2 were selected, that we would be able to ensure that Fairfax would get some of those personnel.
So I think the assurance would be going back to the trade-offs, and that, if there are some facility needs, minor, that, the council work with the manager to see if those are achievable, to move the additional personnel, and that's part of it. And then I think that, but it is a policy decision. The recommendation originally from staff, fire staff, was, to the 2 busiest stations. And not just the busiest, it's population density, it's other reasoning. You're on both sides then. And I think that, willingness, and I'm hearing this from fire board members, certainly, to work with the fire board, executive staff, labor, to figure out how we fill that last void at Station 20 and bring all of our engines to an industry standard. So I think that's going to be an important signal and something that's going to be important for labor to hear at the meeting next week. But the assurance, I think there's a staff recommendation from an operational perspective, but I think there's also a great deal of will to continue to work on that last engine and how we fill that void. And we may be back in front of your council and through the fire board members to discuss how we do that collectively as a fire department whole.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I know you can't totally definitively answer that, but that would be one of the things that I would be hanging my hat on. And I know we were unsuccessful on the SAFER grant because that has become very competitive since there's no match. But hopefully, as you and I spoke, we'll continue to try for that. That might get that last piece rounded out. Just one more question. Why is it that the effective date is so many years in the future? From what I understand, Station 18 is not exactly a place you want to spend a lot of time in at this date. So is there some way that date could be moved up, or why are we looking at July 1st, 2025?
I think you have an accurate assessment of Station 18. It is due for replacement. And the second piece is that, Ross will begin if we can reach consensus and everybody's on board with this, one of these concepts, begin the planning process for their Civic Center complex, which I still think has quite a bit of planning to do. And then also site design and everything else, as well as some bond funding that's still needed to close the gap. I think they have around $7 million cash reserve, or will at the time they get to that point, and the project's still at $14 million. So I think that they're looking for as much time as they can and to keep the fire services there in the community while they're going through that planning process. And I think for the other member agencies in the fire department, we're looking at a shorter time frame. This, I would say, was a compromise, that date. And that, I think that For a lot of different reasons, we'd like to see an earlier date, and for other reasons, Ross would like to see a longer date. And this was the date I brought to you was a compromise, I would say, amongst agencies.
Okay, so my last piece was I hope we can continue to push for that, because I personally don't understand the tie with their civic center if the decision is not to redo that fire station. But thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation.
Okay. And Chance, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up first, but.
Oh, good. It like blends in with my blind over here. Thank you, Chief Weber, for the presentation and the report as well. I think Councilmember Kohler actually asked some of the same questions that were standing out as it relates to the timeline and moving that forward and whatnot. With regard to the 3-to-1 engine, I noted on page 4, and I'm sure members of the public, if they're perusing and wanting to get into the details, they'd note that it says that there's no mandatory federal or state regulations about the level of fire service staffing, outcomes and response time and whatnot. But I just was wondering if you could clarify for the public and everybody who might watch this later, the 3-to-1 engine philosophy is actually trying to get closer to standards nationally that are put out by the National Fire Protection Association, correct? And could you speak to that briefly so we understand why the staffing piece is so critical?
Yeah, there are certainly plenty of studies and guidelines that suggest, the better the staffing, the more effective you're going to be when you arrive at an incident, whether it be a cardiac arrest. And I'll use the example because I happened to be on a cardiac arrest the other day, and structure fire at the cleaners just down the street, and there are multiple things that have to happen at the same time. And whether it's a fire where you're trying to make entry into the building, it needs to be ventilated from the top, and you need somebody securing utilities, and then another team for rescue. All of those things need to occur simultaneously, and we want to see our entire force there within 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And that's about 14 or 15 people, and that's difficult to achieve just geographically and road network wise. So when we're able to put additional staffing on the engines, we're more successful. Same thing with a cardiac arrest. I think we've all seen either TV shows or unfortunately been in the hospital and seen that whole team of respiratory therapists and ER doctor, plenty of nurses, somebody charting, somebody pushing medications and starting IVs. All that is occurring in someone's bedroom with our firefighters and our paramedics. That's no different than an emergency department. And you need all those hands there. And that's why the additional staffing is important. But to your point, there isn't a standard or a law that says you shall have certain level of staffing. I mean, fire protection is like buying insurance. You want to buy the right amount for what you can afford. And, I think we're certainly a little bit short, and we're working on that. And I think it's been acknowledged by all of you. But there isn't a standard. I mean, if you could stay elected by putting a bucket of water at the corner of each town or each part of the town and saying, that's our fire protection, that would be considered acceptable. But again, why, you'd never hear a recommendation from a fire chief or a city manager or anybody that would be unacceptable to the community.
And just one follow-up, is Ross Valley Fire the only fire district in Marin that still does not have 3-to-1 engine?
I believe so.
Okay.
And just there may be a single engine out there somewhere, but I certainly think it's probably the last that has all of their engines at 2.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Councilman Hellman.
Good evening. Thank you, Chief, for being here and for all your leadership navigating through this and developing such a nice presentation. So I have a couple questions. With regard to option 1 or 2, would either of these constitute a contribution change for the JPA?
Yes. Option 1, no. Option 2, I think contribution meaning financially.
Yes.
Option 2, yes, because there'd be a change in the percentages, which requires, I think that could be achieved by unanimous vote at the board, But the operational change that we mentioned in 2, which is closing one of the fire stations, or I think option 1 or 2, requires an amendment to the JPA. And we're working through, there's some kind of different or odd language that is intended to drive consensus at the JPA, but an amendment to the JPA ultimately has to come back through the 4-member agencies, which is each council and the fire board at Sleepy Hollow. So either one of these is going to require, ideally consensus at the board, but then ultimately an amendment to the JPA, which would require we back in front of all your councils to ratify that.
And so at that time, would the contribution redistribution, if you will, be determined for a vote, or would that come downstream, alongside the implementation of the solution?
So the $300,000 is an estimate that's, quite a ways out. And we would, and are working right now to put in plain English what that would look like incrementally, because it's not going to happen all at once. It's not really even front loaded. And so when that occurs, for example, if the savings were to go to Ross, their percentage would tick down and everybody else's percentage would tick up. These are going to be ever so slight changes, but your cost necessarily wouldn't change. So Fairfax cost isn't going up. It's just that the dollar volume's going down and the savings are being attributed, if they were to go to Ross. We are going to translate that into something everybody can understand versus Jason language, and certainly have that ready for your fire board meeting. But that would be clearly laid out and explained in the JPA, if that's what everyone were to agree to, how that would occur. And it's just a simple math problem. I mean, it's not that complicated. We just need to be able to articulate it well. And then when those savings are achieved in their full, they may be less than $300,000. I certainly don't think they're going to be more. Then it would have to freeze, right? And then we'd have to make sure that everybody was adjusting accordingly after that. So Kevin, who has done a lot of the legwork around all of the estimating and stuff, is working on that to do a much better job than I could explaining it.
Well, I appreciate that's very helpful, and I didn't realize that. So thank you.
If I can ask a question, Chief Weber. For one thing, if you could just give an overview of, I understand that the ambulance is somewhat of a different structure in terms of legal and in terms of funding, but and that might get a little bit more complicated if one ambulance stays in Ross. So if you could just give an overview of where the ambulances currently are running from, and then in each of the 2 options where they would be. And then also with respect to that, you had said that there was the possibility of an ambulance staying in Ross. How would that be impacted? How would the timing of that be impacted with Ross possibly doing major construction on their new civic center? Would there be a period in which an ambulance wouldn't be staged in Ross because the construction would be going on?
So I'll start with the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, which Fairfax is one of 8 members, and it's another JPA. We love JPAs, but it's been around since 1981, and it provides paramedic services to the greater Ross Valley. It's a shared resource, so it's quite efficient. We're doing it together. We have one ambulance that's been stationed out of Ross since its inception. It covers the upper Ross Valley, if you will. And then Corte Madera has a second ambulance, which was started probably 15 years ago, maybe more than that. I'm dating myself, 20 plus years ago. And they cover Corte Madera and parts of Larkspur and Greenbrae. So those 2 ambulances serve the greater Ross Valley. And if we were to do construction and had to move it, this is not unlike a lot of fire stations that are on really tight sites. We look at an alternative location for, within the response zone that doesn't change dramatically the response. And then we'd station them there for that period of time of construction. What Ross has offered, and I think for obvious reason, there's community benefit, is they would, at their own cost, build ambulance quarters to the tune of about $2 million, because it wouldn't require everything that a fire station requires, to keep the ambulance there in town. That ambulance it's a good location for it to serve the greater Ross Valley, because about half the calls are east and about half the calls are west. So that's the reasoning and kind of the relationship we have with the ambulance.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no further questions, we could go to comments from the public on this and then return to council. So Michelle, if you would open that up, please.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Mayor. If anybody from the public has a comment on this, please raise your hand now. And I see Mr. Frank Egger, and you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger, Meadowway. Interesting discussion, the closing of the Ross Firehouse. I can appreciate Ross's dilemma, but the most pressing threat to housing in Ross, San Anselmo, and Fairfax is wildland fire. Our downtowns are also facing threats for fire. Fairfax's firehouse is located pretty much in the middle of town. Engine 21 responds to both fires and medical aids calls in Fairfax and unincorporated Fairfax, and that's where that takes it up to the Meadow Club, up to the top of Oak Manor, out on the west end. So that probably is reason for the extended response times. Former Fairfax Fire Chief Charlie Thornton continually told us, because Fairfax does not have required firewalls between downtown buildings, we could lose the entire downtown. Fortunately, Ross Valley called in mutual aid from Southern Marin, Central Marin, Kentfield, Santa Fe, and Marin County when the fire broke at the Fairfax French Laundry. When I was down there were 12 to 14 engines spread along Bolinas Road, Sherman Avenue, Dominga, and even 2 engines down on Broadway. The 2 restaurant parklets appeared to be in the way of some of the fire response, which was interesting. Rather than going to 3-person engine companies, I would encourage the town of Ross to keep their firehouse open. And rather than adding Ross firefighters to engines in San Anselmo, Butterfield, or Fairfax stations, 19, 20, or 21, that Ross Valley add 6 new firefighters and staff up 24/7 engine 621, the new Type 3 housed in Fairfax. Fairfax has 2 separate quarters for firefighters, an upstairs and a downstairs. Wildland fire knows no town limit boundaries. And I think that staffing that Type 3 24/7 would really be an advantage to all 3 of our towns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
The next speaker is Sid Jamot. And Sid, you're unmuted now.
You guys got me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm the president of the Ross Valley Firefighters Association, for those on the council or the public who don't know. So I want to say thank you to the town council, mayor, town manager, citizens of Fairfax, and a big thanks to our fire chief for the presentation. People often ask, what the firefighters think when it comes to these issues, and the position of the Ross Valley firefighters has remained the same for the better half of the past decade. The stations within the Ross Valley Fire Department need to increase engine staffing from 2 people per engine to 3 people per engine. As the state recently experienced the most intense wildland fire season in history, your firefighters were deployed on several 14 to 21-day assignments across the state, and the wildland engine from Fairfax fought statewide and local fires. As quickly as the wildland season seemed to end, we were met with a storm that caused the sounding of flood sirens. To combat the wildland fires or the recent extreme storm, we had to upstaff our engines to meet the needs of your community and the communities across the state. With that said, Fairfax needs another person on the engine, and it seems that that opportunity is among you. And with that opportunity is going to come the need to update the fire station and properly house 3 people. In the past 16 years, besides emergent items, there haven't been any much needed updates to that fire station. Your community deserves the most effective staffing on their fire engine, and your firefighters deserve their home away from home to meet their needs as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sid.
I see no further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we will close public comment on this item. So, Renee, do you have anything to add since you've been on the fire board for a good while?
You know, I have to say that having heard this multiple times, and it just gets more and more, clear each time the direction we need to move in. It's been really heartening to watch this evolve at the fire board level to where, in a preliminary sort of show of hands, there seems to be support for option 2. I think there's things that haven't necessarily been talked about, which is our obligation as a mutual aid partner to the other agencies, the other fire agencies in the county, us being staffed at a minimum level doesn't feel as though we're completely fulfilling our obligation as partners. I believe, as the chief has so aptly put and has reiterated that we are a whole and we are far better as a whole JPA. None of us could do this on our own. We have taken great advantage of the mutual aid system. There's another piece that I took a note on. Yeah, I mean, really, in considering what's best for the whole, we also have heard very clearly, as all of you have alluded to, from our fire personnel, from labor, how important it is that we arm them, weight them with the most effective tools, and that is their staffing and their personnel on an engine. And that has heavily weighted my leanings or my decision in terms of supporting option 2. So I couldn't say more. Chief has done this very well, and we've heard it. And I think your questions were well answered. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to go back to the board and join a team that stays together and does best by our communities.
Okay. Barbara.
Yeah, I don't know if we need a motion, but I would say if we do, I'd like to make a motion that, first of all, listening to Sid Jamat and also Chief Weber, obviously, if we go forward with option 2, which I would like to make the motion towards that, we definitely need to do remodeling of our Station 21, which is actually in the staff report that Jason Weber provided to us. So I'm sure that's something we can work out. I would just, in my motion, I would like to request that our fire board members, along with pushing for option 2, make it clear that we very much would like the second group to be in Station 21 purely because of the number of calls, and that to the extent feasible, we can move that date up before July 1st, 2025, and that we continue to work towards getting 3 on an engine for all our stations in the future as soon as possible. So my motion is option 2, and just with those additional qualifiers, if that's something you can try to work in, but I understand some of those details would be worked out later. But to the extent you want to hear that, that would be great. Thank you. Did someone want to second that option?
If I may, we don't need a motion and a second. It's just provide direction and feedback.
Okay, well, that's my direction. Thank you.
And actually really appreciate the additional feedback, because those are things that I had questioned, but you put them really succinctly, and we'll take them back. Yes, Vice Mayor?
Thank you both.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Catrona.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to concur with my colleague, Councilmember Kohler. And I feel like for me, it really does make sense, the speed and weight to be prioritized both for Station 19, but also Station 21, given those charts as it relates to the number of incidents. And also, I really appreciated Chief Weber's note about population density too, and having the sort of balance east and west. So I wanted to recommend that as well. And I think all of the nuances that Councilmember Kohler brought up are key to this as well. So good job to Vice Mayor Hellman and Councilmember Goddard as well. Thank you for representing us. Look forward to hearing the results of the next conversation.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and weigh in as well. I concur with Councilmember Kohler's and Catrano's statements. I'm very pleased to see that as this unfolds, it seems to be moving us toward a good bit toward finally having three people staffing each engine. That's a good move, and I definitely concur that it would be good to pass the information, to direct our representatives to pass the information back to the board that we in Fairfax would really like. We believe, and I'll just say specifically, not for the obvious reason of wanting the third staffer to be in Fairfax because we're Fairfax, but because, as you've pointed out, Chief Weber, it really does make sense that way. It just seems like that's the best balance given where we are now. And as soon as possible, we can try to get toward having three people on each engine in all three stations. But I concur with the motion that Councilmember Kohler made, even though we didn't need a motion. And the direction to our representatives would be to vote for option 2 and to pass those thoughts along. And I mean, the two of you concur as well. So we've got it.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief, so much for staying up late and educating us.
Have a great night.
Thank you very much. It's really good to have you on board with this. I know that was another big change in the Ross Valley situation, and it has worked out incredibly well. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. Okay.
So Mayor, we're at 10 something, so we probably need to look at the agenda, and I would propose that we continue on, and we have 3 items, 17, 18, and number 6.
That word continue.
So I don't know if we need a motion to just continue on. No, it's just 11.
Not at 10 o'clock, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So onward with item 17. So we have 17, 18, and then we brought one item off consent, which should be fairly quick. Okay, so item 17, and Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the community. I'm Jonathan Goldman, your Interim Public Works Director. Try to be brief with this item, although it's not necessarily one that lends itself to brevity. Senate Bill 1383 is the short-lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act of 2016. SB 1383 directed the California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery to develop regulations to divert 75% of what are called organic wastes from landfills and recover 20% of edible food for human consumption statewide by 2025. Although the law passed in 2016, the regulations were not finalized until November of 2020. CalRecycle created a model ordinance to help local agencies satisfy the state requirement. The Town of Fairfax staff, including the Office of the Town Attorney, have worked with the R3 Consulting Group and Marin Sanitary Service to customize the model ordinance that Cal Recycle created for the Town of Fairfax. That's what's before you this evening. R3 is providing similar assistance to all of the Marin County jurisdictions served by Marin Sanitary. The proposed ordinance, the most recent revision of which is posted in the agenda packet, along with a red line of changes, supports establishment of enforceable SB 1383 related requirements for organic waste generators, Marin Sanitary, and others, and the proposed ordinance contains similar language to that being considered by other jurisdictions in Marin County. Just to briefly summarize before I invite our presenter, staff's recommendation this evening is that council hear a brief presentation from Ms. Rose Radford, our project manager from R3, ask questions of staff and consultants, hear public comment, and then introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 8.08 of the Fairfax Municipal Code relating to solid waste, recyclables, and organic waste, and then direct staff to place the ordinance on consent calendar for second reading and adoption at the Council's December 1st, 2021 meeting. With that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Rose Radford. Ms. Radford has a Master's of Public Administration, Environmental Science and Policy from Columbia University, and a Bachelor of Science in Conservation and Resource Studies from University of California at Berkeley. She's a construction and demolition recycling facility evaluator through the RCI Recycling Certification Institute and a member of CRRA, the California Resource Recovery Association, and the Northern California Recycling Association. With that, Ms. Radford, please take it away.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that excellent introduction. I think you covered many of the main points of my presentation, and I'm going to try to keep this brief. So good evening, Mayor and council members. Really happy to be before you today. And I will share my screen. We can just get into the details here. So the presentation here is regarding Senate Bill 1383. And I'm going to be describing the law broadly and then what that looks like and try to focus the most on the changes from your existing ordinance, which was already quite comprehensive. And I think that's important to note. Again, background, I will get into details about what the municipal code update before you is, and then discuss a little bit who's going to be implementing each part of this new law and the timeline and schedule. So what are organics? That is what SB 1383 focuses the most on. That's yard clippings, vegetative matter, food scraps, and food soiled paper. You already have a fully compliant program through your solid waste hauler, Marin Sanitary Service. Why organics? Well, it's the material that is most disposed of currently in landfills. And also in California, many people are food insecure. So the law is intended to target both the disposed organic waste and also the food insecurity in California. Organic waste matters. When it's disposed at landfill, it produces methane gas, which is a potent greenhouse gas. And as we all know, the impacts of climate change in California are extreme and increasing. So the state introduced Senate Bill 1383. It is an unfunded state mandate, which introduces extensive local government requirements, sets statewide targets, as Jonathan mentioned, and builds on existing state law. Your current ordinance already requires all generators to subscribe to both recycling and organic service. What's different here is that there is an edible food recovery program that's introduced in this law, and also some requirements around procurement, which I will describe in the next slide. So in brief, organics collection should be provided to all businesses and residents You already have very good compliance rates. The establishment of an edible food recovery program, education and outreach to make sure everyone knows about the program's requirements, procurement, edible food recovery capacity, and monitoring. What does this mean for the average business? Either you need to sign up for organic service, or you can backhaul or self-haul your organics, but you only get an exemption from the requirement to subscribe with Marin sanitary service if you also are eligible for a waiver. The language before you in this ordinance refers to the waiver process that is being implemented statewide. So this is based on the regulations and the model, as Jonathan mentioned, that was provided by the state. That means that waiver applications are with specific thresholds. And again, this would mirror what's being implemented statewide. For edible food recovery, this is also, you have existing edible food recovery activities in the county. The intention here is to bolster those activities and make sure that everyone who has edible food that is viable for donation is donating that edible food. So there are certain tiers for businesses to qualify for the requirements, but if you qualify and you're a business that is required to donate edible food, you must recover that food and maintain a contract with an edible food recovery organization. The intention for this program is to coordinate with regional stakeholders. Inspections and enforcement requirements are pretty extensive. Monitoring for businesses and multifamily to ensure that they are in compliance. Route reviews, which means that likely the Marin Sanitary Service would be going and looking into the containers to make sure that the program is being participated in properly. What is required by the law is all jurisdictions throughout California, if violations are discovered, are required to enforce. And that would only be beginning in 2024. So we have an additional 2 years to ensure that everyone knows what's required and that they can be in compliance prior to that mandatory enforcement deadline. So because of all of these new programs, the state is expecting a lot more organic waste to be introduced into our solid waste systems. It's not being landfilled anymore. So to support the markets for compost and mulch and other recovered organic products, the state has set targets for each of the jurisdictions to increase their use of compost and mulch. There's also recycled content and recyclability standards for your own internal city facilities to meet. So I'll transition now to talk a little bit more about the municipal code update that's before you. Why update? Well, SB 1383 does require all cities throughout the state to have an enforceable mechanism that aligns with the requirements of the law. And I've already described those, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about exactly what that means here. It's interesting to consider, well, what would a penalty be starting in 2024? Really, the most common one that we would expect is if a business just refuses to sign up for organic service, that would be an enforceable violation. So to implement this law, we are suggesting that you work directly with Marin Sanitary Service. They already provide excellent service to your businesses in multifamily and residence. And they, in fact, most of their current activities align very well with activities that are expected by the state. Some responsibilities cannot be delegated to a hauler under the law, which would include record keeping, reporting to the state agency, some coordination, the procurement requirements, And of course, the issuance of notices of violation can't be delegated to the hauler. So we're before you today for the first reading. We would expect the second reading to occur December 1st. There are a few other items, as I mentioned, that will be moving forward under a similar time frame. We're expecting to bring forward an amendment that describes the adjustments to Marin Sanitary Services operations in December, and also the adoption of the Marin Sanitary Services rates for next year. The regulations do take effect January 1st. The state is expecting to see an enforceable mechanism on the books before that date. And then there's an immediate report on compliance April 1st. As I mentioned, enforcement starts January 1st, 2024. There's also an increase in the number of edible food generators that are required to donate at that time. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm really happy to take any comments and would pass the mic back to Jonathan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just wanted to let the council and members of the community know that we're at full bench strength on staff and consultants this evening. Janet Collison, our town attorney, is available. Joanna Jin, who's a specialist in the town attorney's office, is available. Rose is here, I'm here, and the interim town manager are all available to answer questions.
Thank you. Barbara.
Yes, thanks for the presentation and the staff report, Jonathan, to you. I have two questions. So I had asked our attorneys before this, and I'm not sure based on your presentation, Rose, it looks like this should apply to single family residences as well, but I'm not sure if they're subject to the lid flip as audits. It didn't look like that from your presentation. And then I'll ask my second question after you answer that.
Happy to take that question, and I think it's a good one. Yes, residents are also covered by the law, and the baseline expectation from CalRecycle appears that some lid flips would occur in residential. However, penalties are not required in residential, and they haven't stated exactly how many residents would be subject to the lid flips.
Okay.
So we would intend to work with Marin Sanitary Service on that.
And just one point I'll make to our attorneys. I had asked this question before, and I'm not sure if in the enforcement provisions it covers them as far as single family residences. If they're covered as far as the penalties, there may be a mix up there. But my second question is, I think we have a large business in town that is not signed up for organic service, and it's probably one of the largest. And instead, they are working with some sort of compost facility out in West Marin. And my question is, you mentioned something about if a business is not signed up for organic service, and I'm not sure if I understand what the south haul or back haul means. So excuse me for my ignorance. But in that hypothetical example that may actually be a real example, how does that work if a large business doesn't sign up for organic pickup and has some other relationship? How does that work? I think that question is for you, Rose.
Okay, I was.
You're on mute. You muted yourself.
I'm sorry.
Don't touch it.
Thank you. So in the ordinance that is before you tonight, self-haul is allowed. So a business would be able to, as long as they separate their organics from their garbage, they could haul that material, but only to a permitted solid waste facility or a chip and grind operation, which is basically a wood chipper.
Okay, so it wouldn't be that situation. It wouldn't be a permitted solid waste facility. Can you also explain what a backhaul is? I don't know what that is. And perhaps I interrupted you. You weren't done with your thought.
Backhaul is essentially the same thing, but it would be to, if you think of Safeway, they have a consolidation sites, so they backhaul to an owned facility of their own.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could I just ask you to rewind to where Councilmember Kohler was asking about self-haul? Because I feel like we didn't quite get there and you were on a roll.
Yeah, I want to correct what I said. So they can haul their source separated organic materials to a solid waste facility or chip and grind operation.
Okay. And so not necessarily permitted or authorized.
It would be a solid waste facility, is
So
what's stated.
It doesn't need to be permitted solid waste facility. I mean, I believe that's a category in the law, and it's not necessary. Can you answer that? Does it have to be a permitted solid waste facility?
So the SB 1383 regulations state that self-haul can occur to another person as long as recovery occurs. And that's the baseline that CalRecycle has set for this. There are other regulations and requirements that on matters such as vectors and odor control and things of that nature, where another part of the state agency regulates locations that receive material and would require a permit, which is a matter that would not normally be within your physical jurisdiction of the city, but rather sort of managed by the state's requirements.
Well, or the air districts. I understand that, and I don't want to belabor this one, but this may be something that perhaps the folks on our Zero Waste Committee can talk to you in more detail about that situation, because I'm not sure if something is going to a composting facility, if that's considered recovery, and it may or may not be permitted, but I think that's something that they can take offline with you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the answers.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rose, and sorry to take you off down that most difficult piece of this puzzle, but well handled. And I do think we'll need to spend a little bit more time to completely flesh that out, because I think there are multiple levels to the self-hauling piece. What I wanted to make sure of, and I have some comments, but that would be after public comment. But what I wanted to ask you to check on, and I did go back and forth with our attorney today, and I know there's been a lot going on because this has been an incredibly complex process. I just to start, want to appreciate the hard work. No one really sees inside what it is you guys managed to pull off here. It was like superimposing a massive state mandate on all kinds of different policies. And good news is that I think we gave you a good baseline to work with. So that feels good. But my question is, and this is because I want to make sure that all of the very progressive policy that we've made in the past does not somehow get tossed out in order to fit with the current language in 1383. So specifically in the exemptions area, and I'm just going to look at 8.08.130-6B. I know, it's crazy. That the red line that now is, so is gone, was something that we established earlier in response to AB 341. And that was that any generator that produced less than 32 gallons of all solid waste was exempt from the commercial mandate, the mandated commercial recycling and composting. So what I see now, and this is in the same section in the redlined in the ordinance, and sorry, going down to same code section A1, B, Roman numeral 1 and 2. Are we in the same place at all? It's just so many sections. It's in blue in our redlined ordinance, and it says that the commercial business receives two or more cubic yards of weekly solid waste collection service, including garbage, recyclable materials, and organic materials. And there's all these stipulations there. If you could just make me feel good that we are not compromising or making our ordinance less restrictive, that would be great, because the language of the 32 gallons is gone. But it could be that this is even more aggressive and restrictive, which is the direction we want to move in, obviously. Did I make any sense, Joanna? I know you've been hearing about my concerns.
Yes, Councilwoman. And the current language, as you had noted, is more stringent than the SB 1383 regulations. So you could propose a motion that the existing section 8.08-130-6 subsections B and C be retained, but that the language be updated to reflect the language in the SB 1383 regulations and to conform with the remainder of the chapter as well, revised. So you could preserve the 32 gallons as well. And at the same time, for the proposed language, the one that was in the supplement, we would strike in the same section 8.08.130-6, capital A1, lowercase b, to strike those thresholds. So what you're doing is striking the proposed thresholds and then reinstating the existing de minimis thresholds. And you would be applying that only to commercial businesses, but not to multifamily dwellings with 5 or more units.
Okay, excellent. I'm so glad that I was able to communicate that, and appreciate your response. That leads to my next question, which is, why are we not including the multifamily of 5 or less units? I remember this coming up when we were looking at it last time, and I'm at this point, I'm not sure why we wouldn't require composting at those multifamily levels.
So under the SB 1383 regulations and the ordinance as drafted, there is a requirement for both single family residential, which is defined as 4 or less units, and commercial businesses, which are businesses and multi-family residential units with 5 or more units, to have organic service. What this provision in this section 8.08.130.6 is essentially the waivers from the organic waste collection requirements. So under the existing code section that you would like to retain, that exemption was only given to commercial businesses, but not to multifamily dwellings with 5 or more units. So it was very, very narrow. It is very, very narrow. Under the SB 1383 regulations, the de minimis waiver, which would apply for 2 or more cubic yards of combined solid waste recyclable materials and organic waste and less than 20 gallons of organic waste generated, or for less than 2 cubic yards of combined waste and less than 10 gallons, commercial businesses, including multifamily residential dwellings with 5 or more units, would be eligible. So if you would like for the waiver, the de minimis waiver, to also apply to multifamily dwellings with 5 or more units, you can do that. It's just, that's the only distinction between the retained language that you would like and the proposed language, which would be broader. I mean, it would allow essentially apartment buildings to apply for that if they don't generate that much waste. But the question is, will you ever have a situation where you have an apartment building generate that little waste in 1 week?
Thank you, but I'm not sure that I clearly asked the question. I'm wondering why we're not requiring the composting for all multifamily units, regardless of whether they're 4 units or less.
Oh, it is required. It is required under the ordinance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I misread then, but thank you. That's good news. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. I also wanted to address another comment that was raised, which was for the self-hauling. Is it required that the organic waste be transported to a permitted or licensed facility? And it's no, that's not required.
So if there, I have one question or maybe a clarification for Ms. Radford. You had mentioned early on that we were in compliance, and I just wanted to clarify. I think what you were referring to is that we are fortunate enough to be working with Marin Sanitary, which is in compliance with a lot of what 1383 requires of them already. And that we also, in a way, our town has been a leader in these areas. And so we have done a lot of what 1383 requires, although there's more to come. But so I see you nodding that's what you meant. But that did not refer to being in compliance in terms of all of the households and some of the businesses necessarily in town being fully in compliance with the intent of 1383 is that everything that's organic gets composted as opposed to ending up in the landfill, and that we are not in compliance with. We don't really know how far we are from it because Marin Sanitary has the same trucks running over the couple of towns, so we can't really separate Fairfax out completely. But what they look at as in terms of what comes in on their trucks that was in the gray bins has a lot of organics in it. So that in that sense, we're not in compliance.
Can I respond to that, Bruce, real quick?
Please do. You know so much more than I do about it.
Well, no, I just want to quickly respond because I do see Chance has his hand up, but I just so you know that is true what you're saying. But the reason that Marin Sanitary can say whether we're compliant or not is that these commercial generators have accounts. They have their organics account. So we know that they are in compliance, and right, it doesn't mean that everything organic ends up there, which is what we get to do as we work with 1383. But our businesses are close to 100% compliant in terms of having the services.
That they have the services, right. And we are, as households, we're compliant too because we have a green bin. The question is 1383 will eventually lead to us being able to really try to enforce the law that we actually already have on our books in Fairfax. It says you need to put your recycling in the recycling bin and your organics in the organics bin, but we have no mechanism for enforcement or even of monitoring right now. So, Chance.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Rose, for being here, and Joanna. And I had a question about. I don't want to do the like number thing because the numbers are so long, but yeah, 8.08.130-11, which is the commercial edible food generator requirements. And I just wanted a clarification. So there's the tier 1 and the tier 2 commercial edible food generators, and they have to find these organizations that for edible food recovery that are going to offtake things that they produce. And I guess that's, I guess my question is, who's responsible for the provision of that list of organizations or the folks that provide that service to the commercial edible food generators? I just want to make sure that, the folks in town know as this, comes online, who to go to or how to get those resources.
Absolutely. Happy to answer that. So, and I think it's a really important question, because the most important part of this law is making sure that everyone knows that their requirements have changed so that they can comply. So fundamentally, the town would be the responsible entity for making sure that the information gets out to these regulated businesses. What we're suggesting as a sort of two-pronged strategy is that Marin Sanitary Service, as part of this amendment, would provide information that might include some of that. They already have educational materials that they distribute anyway. So that's an aspect of it. But we wouldn't suggest that, Marin Sanitary Service doesn't provide service to all jurisdictions within the county of Marin. And really, edible food recovery is a regional effort. So currently, R3 is in discussions with other entities that may be able to provide a more coordinated regional approach. And we could use language and really adapt the program as with another agency as a lead on that. And I am not sure if I can share any more details about that, but that is the intention in the model that we would expect to follow here.
And a quick follow-up to that, thank you very much. So it's, to be sure, it's like, SF Marin Food Bank or Extra Food or some of these organizations that would have contracts with the food generators, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. And I also, to your point, Mayor, about residential contamination, I believe I saw a Zero Waste Marin report, and Councilmember Goddard, you could correct me, that, over the last, I don't know, like decade or so, we've actually seen an increase in at least contamination in recycling or contamination in organics. And I know we have someone, I think Patty from Marin Sanitary's here as well, and maybe she could speak to where we're at with that. But I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for us, right, in the residential realm, is making sure that households know how to properly deal with organics and whether or not organic bags and things and what is organic, there's lots of things like that. So hopefully we can get an answer like where we're at with contamination from Patty or maybe Rose, but that's an outstanding question I have, is where we're at in terms of contamination of organic waste in the residential sector as well. Thanks.
We should be going to public comment fairly soon. So when we do, maybe Patty can speak to that. Renee?
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring this back, but I'm realizing that this is the time for questions, and I'm a little perplexed about the self-hauling language here, as was confirmed by Joanna, because in working with that one business that is not in compliance, the issue really comes down to them hauling to somewhere that isn't permitted, and my understanding all along, and the reason that I worked with them so hard to try and get them on, is just because of sort of the community composting facilities or the unpermitted facilities tend to be obviously outdoor, open air, no methane capture. And I'm wondering why in 1383 they've made all these allowances and they've really relaxed the requirements. And Barbara, you know more about the area air quality management district, but I know that I don't know where those government agencies that actually govern these entities, where do they come in, or who has oversight, and how is it that 1383 that's meant to reduce our short-lived climate pollutants is now allowing for facilities to process our organics that don't have those types of environmental protections?
So under the regulations, I can't necessarily speak to motives, but under the regulations, community composting sites are allowed. They're not, they would be excluded if you limit it to just permitted or licensed facilities. Also, some facilities may not meet a certain size threshold, and so they wouldn't be licensed or permitted as well. And so that would be another category that would be captured.
Mm-hmm.
And just to add, since I worked at the Air District for some time, for facilities like Redwood Landfill, the composting facility was regulated by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, but for some of these smaller ones, there is kind of a loophole, and I suspect that has to do with lobbying and such. But it sounds like that one business might be worth it to look into. If maybe we can encourage them to go to a different place, because you're right, there are a lot of limitations, but I think we should go to public comment.
I believe we should, and we can continue to ask questions. I have more questions, but I think we should get to public comment and then maybe learn some things from there too. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Michelle, if you would begin. And I see Patty is.
Yes. So if you have a public comment, please raise your hand now. Patty from Marin Sanitary, I have unmuted you.
Great.
Hello.
Thank you, everyone, and good evening. I would like to also thank you for this opportunity, the opportunities too that we've been given to participate with our comments throughout the process, and for hearing us this evening as well. I'll also take the opportunity to state that we consider ourselves a proud partner with the town, ensuring environmental protection and minimizing waste, getting to zero waste however we possibly can, taking the rest of the waste to its highest and best use. And I hearken back to my first couple of years in this job. I've been here, I can't believe it now, 34 years. In the very beginning, we were talking about, as a Marin community, banning styrofoam. And we were able to do so only in Fairfax. Fairfax was the only place. You all wound up in the Times magazine. It was wonderful because you did a referendum door to door and everybody got it. So I'm again proud to say that our company feels its partnership, and we're very much in support of whatever efforts to get you all in compliance with SB 1383 as well. Our only issue this evening to bring before you is that, and I appreciate Chance's concern about the numbers, 8.08.1010 self-hauler. And we warn against the, big loophole of not taking this material to a permitted facility. And we say that as in an effort to try to protect the town from what can happen if facilities are not permitted for putrescible waste, if they're not managed well. Things like vectors occur, rat infestation, odors has been mentioned earlier. There's no oversight by the water board or the air board to be able to make sure that they're not polluting the environment. Greenhouse gases are increased. There's no way to track the material either, and to make sure that you've got goals that are met and that you're meeting them. Fires have happened in poorly managed community composting facilities as well. It's an odd situation that we've got with the Cal Recycles allowing community composting. We're not against anything community related at all. As a matter of fact, to speak just for a moment about food, we're very much a large supporter of ediblefood.org and have had a long-term relationship with the San Francisco and Marin Food Bank, where we take the material that can no longer be used. And so it doesn't have to go in the landfill. We actually supply it to our pigs. But getting back to the permitted facility, it's a warning and a concern, a protective one for the town, to make sure that that putrescible waste is going to a place where it is not going to become a hazard for the community. We do have a question too about the reference to the Cal Recycle regulations, and it seems to almost dance around that permitted facility definition. So if it's possible, we would like to work through Adam and Jonathan to be able to have just a Q&A with your town attorney and ask the questions to get some clarity, because even under self-haulers 8.08.13-7, it does refer to the California Code of Regulations Title 14, which regulates putrescible waste being removed from any facility 1 time per week. So we're just interested actually in sewing this up again for the protection of the town. And if, with all due respect, we can have just a few moments with the town attorney and Adam and Jonathan, I think we got some of our concerns addressed and questions answered. I've gone over time, but I thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty.
The next,
yeah, go ahead.
The next speaker is Rick Hamer, followed by Frank Egger. And Rick, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. This is a relatively small point, but it's timely because SB 9 is, we're on the eve of SB 9, and I heard the thresholds of 4 and 5 units, and an SB 9 project will change a 1 unit to a possible 6 unit, which crosses that threshold. So I just want to bring that up so that whatever you write into the ordinance covers that. It probably is automatically covered one way or the other, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
The next speaker is Frank Egger, and you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger, Metaway. And it's good you have Patty Garbarino attending tonight. I just have 2 questions since Patty's here. The first one is, farmers pick up organic waste, produce and fruit from grocery stores for feed. Does this legislation 1383 allow that to continue? That's question number 1. And question number 2 is a little different. Because of COVID-19, Marin Sanitary closed its recycling redemption center in Santa Fe. I noticed that San Francisco has theirs reopened. Fairfax residents no longer have a location to turn in cans and bottles for the redemption fee. It's usually what, a nickel or a dime for aluminum cans. I'm wondering, when will it be reopening? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I could address the first question, and that would be that you would be allowed to continue, or farmers would be able to continue to pick up the materials.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if Patty has her hand up again or just didn't put it down.
Let's go ahead and bring her in because it could be useful to hear from her.
Okay. So Patty, I unmuted you again.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity. I went on a bit by thanking you so much, so here I am thanking you again. I wanted to address Chance's question about contamination. My colleague Justin will do so. We are working on that, and it ties to the issue of the buyback center not being reopened again. Yes, it was closed during COVID. The contents of the buyback center was an concern for us and the exposure to our employees. But the waste stream has changed. We're doing a great deal of work in studying the flow of recyclables and what's in it now. We don't see that coming back to what it was before COVID. We're looking actually at optical eyes to help us sort material better. And in so doing, educating the public about what we do take and what we don't take. Because of that, we need to expand the recycling center, and we're looking at a very large investment in doing so, and we needed the space where the buyback center had taken up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin. Thanks again.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk and answer your question, Councilmember Petrano.
Justin's our jock. He's our rock star general manager of absolutely everything. He's wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you, Patty. As far as contamination, so we definitely have seen a significant increase in the contamination of the recyclables, and the majority of that is plastics, non-recyclable or non-recoverable plastics that we see in our container loads. So that's definitely gone up. On the organic side, as we talk about 1383, contamination isn't quite as bad. From especially when you look at the residential usage, everyone knows their green bin is for their yard waste, and we're starting to get more residents on board with putting their food waste in there as well. Councilmember Petrano, you mentioned plastic bags or compostable plastic bags. That is probably one of the biggest misconceptions is around compostable plastics and what's acceptable or not. The composter that we work with, Waste Management in Novato, does not accept bioplastics or compostable plastics. And yeah, that they have an OMRI listed compost that they create and supply, and that OMRI listing is what states that they cannot accept that as a feedstock. So at the moment, we cannot accept that, and again, that's probably the biggest misunderstanding or contaminant that we see. When we look at commercial, we do see more significant contamination. We have two programs. We have our commercial food waste that goes to Central Marin Sanitation. That's just food waste. We cannot take paper waste there. And then we have our commercial organics, which that would include some paper material, and that goes to Redwood landfill. The commercial is where we see more containers, plastic containers, rubber gloves, that kind of thing. So most of our contamination is, and our efforts around reducing that is geared toward the commercial. And that's our biggest concern as this goes into place is more commercial will be participating, and those who are less inclined to be really strict about their programs, as well as multifamily, is a big concern for additional contamination. So we've got our outreach plan in place, and we'll continue those efforts and getting the word out to ensure that it comes in clean. And we've got a pretty strong contamination program in place as well, with our drivers notifying us, and then that messaging getting back to the customers one-on-one training where there's the most need. Thank you.
And if I could just add one thing to Mr. Edgar's question about the buyback center, we do have a list of other buyback centers where folks can go to set up.
Patty, could you get closer to the mic? I think we can't really hear you very well.
Sorry. With respect to Mr. Edgar's question about the buyback center, we do have a list of other buyback centers that are nearby, and we supply that to people who ask the question. And is it on our website too? We can put it on the website,
yeah.
But we supply that to folks as well.
Okay.
Thanks again.
Thank you. And continuing with public comment then.
Oh, I thought we were done. Sorry. I had a question.
We haven't closed it, and we still have a hand up.
Okay. Is Marin Sanitary finished?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both.
So our next speaker is Michael McIntosh, and you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Council. And thank you, Patty, in the background for helping us get through this. I think Marin Sanitary has done a great job, and I certainly agree that all these organics need to go to our digesters so we can capture the methane gas, possibly use it for another fuel source, but we're not releasing it. It's certainly better for rodents and stuff. Where my comment tonight is, especially if there are penalties being enforced, I know daily I go through the cans on my property. So I was one of the beta test sites for the green cans for multifamily, and it's great. We get a majority of stuff of solid waste out of our debris boxes. But I continually see some contamination either by a tenant that comes out in the evening and mixes something up. But I will see this contamination, and I spend an inordinate amount of time trying to keep this clean and pull out a bottle from the wrong place and put it in the right place. If there was a way that we in the town, through our service providers like Marin Sanitary Service, our state, could better color coordinate some of these recyclable plastics that really aren't recyclable, and they have the little 3 arrows, but they're not recyclable, that would really help, because people can color coordinate something a lot better than, oh, it's plastic, and throw it in there when it's not truly a recyclable item. And so it's kind of like a fake fool you, but it's taken up the volume and it adds to the contamination. So I would strongly encourage something that is more readily identifiable by the people, especially when they're in a hurry in multifamily, such as my property, and they dump these things in there. It helped the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I see no more hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
We'll close the public comment then on this item. Renee?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. I had a question actually for Justin or for Rose in terms of contamination. And Rose, you might be the one for this, but so is there a contamination threshold? And the reason I ask is because in our public right-of-way, being that the town is required to comply with these things as a business, our right-of-way is contaminated. In fact, it's so contaminated that there's nothing quite recoverable in the public right-of-way, meaning on the downtown sidewalks and such. So if we are we required to put compost in that public right-of-way? And then how is it look in terms of compliance? How do we can't keep it from being contaminated completely, obviously. So how does that work in terms of our compliance with 1383?
Yeah, happy to take that question. So, but if I could get a clarification about exactly what you're asking about, are you talking about the contamination? So bits of plastic in compost to mulch that might be applied within public right-of-way?
I guess I'm just curious about all of it in the public right-of-way. It's been, and these, it's okay if we don't want to go on all night about this. I just, I have many questions before we move forward and say yes to the ordinance. And so I don't know how we handle that, because I know time is of the essence here.
Renee, could you document all your questions? And that way they can be responded to in writing.
Yeah, and I have done, but I can absolutely do that. Do we have time for that to happen? Not tonight. Do we have time before we need to bring this back for a first reading?
Well, I think we can do first reading tonight. I think I understand what your concerns are if you've expressed everything to me. Have you not?
Yeah, I mean, I do, you know, I'm sorry that it's 11 o'clock at night. We had 2 long presentations, but, you know, we're looking at an ordinance. So, you know, this idea of how once we've got an enforcement scheme in place and we have completely contaminated town waste that we are responsible for, how is that going to be measured? So these are things that I think are important. Plus, we haven't gotten the self-hauled question really sorted. And I had a couple of other comments, but this is a long item if we're going with an ordinance. So
I just suggest this, I think the issue of town contamination is not an issue for the ordinance itself. I think that's something that is more a logistics question.
That's true.
And so I don't think the ordinance can fix town contamination, but you can work on how we resolve that logistically. As far as the self-hauler question, I think we got the answer. And I think the issue of one or more businesses that may be doing something separate, again, is something that could be taken offline. I mean, I don't know if you wanted to make changes in the ordinance based on your discussion of the waivers, but I think, just from what I'm hearing, and I could be wrong, that I think we're ready to move forward on the first reading. And any of these other things that came up could probably be taken offline. With the exception of, I wasn't totally clear on what you were discussing on the waiver. And do you have language changes there similar to what Joanna was talking about, or are you comfortable with the way it's written now? Because I think we can go forward on this.
Yeah, I think we're going to add that back in. So I think that's understood.
Right.
Why don't you maybe make the motion with the changes that you want, or maybe Janet can repeat those to us so we know what we're buying into on the motion. Or Joanna. I'm just not sure, because to me, the only thing I heard that needed to be changed was something on the waiver section. And otherwise, most of this other stuff is really things that we can work out separately.
And Janet, did you have the changes that I asked today about wrapping food in paper?
Wrapping in paper. Joanna, you saw where the wrapping the food in paper one is. We can definitely delete that.
And then one other question is there such thing as galvanized plastic? It's important because we've gone through a huge process of letting people know they can't put their own cans out. Galvanized to me means metal. So that could be clarified. It would be good.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I still think, and Rick Hammer made a really good comment about if we're going to be dealing with SB 9 and the potential of 6 units, and they could be considered multifamily, then they would not be required. Am I right about that, Joanna? They would not be required.
I think SB 9 actually deals with the potential of 4 units, not 6. It's 4, and I think that was a misunderstanding that at one point I had. It's actually 4, not 6.
Okay. Nonetheless, would those 4 and less be required based on the new language?
Yes, essentially all residential and all commercial businesses will be required to have organics. So SB 9 would not impact that at all.
Okay, terrific. That's all. I'm good as long as Janet has those other pieces. And I appreciate your patience with me, colleagues. We worked hard on a lot of these ordinances over many years, so I want to make sure.
You love it. Could I just make the motion just so we can move this along?
May I ask just one question? Are we, so Joanna, what is your understanding about the community composting site? I mean, what are we doing with that? Has the council given us enough direction?
So I would be under the assumption that everything that's in the supplement is currently what will be approved by council, with the exception of any amendments that were stated today. And those would be 3. The first is Council Member Goddard's amendment to amend proposed section 8.08-050 capital A6, which requires every owner occupant of every residential and commercial premise in the town where solid waste is accumulated shall wrap all garbage as accumulated in paper or other suitable wrapping and forthwith place the garbage in the designated collection container. So we would essentially get rid of that and renumber the following paragraphs. The second amendment would be to amend proposed 8.08.130-6 to delete the de minimis thresholds in 8.08.130-6, capital A1, lowercase a, and replace with the existing thresholds in the existing current 8.08.130-6 subsections B and C, updated to conform with the SB 1383 regulations and the rest of the chapter. And the last amendment would be to amend section 8.08.040 to clarify in subsection A that all collection containers shall be of material with tightly fitting covers. So we would strike galvanized or heavy plastic to avoid the confusion. And there is also Councilwoman Kohler's suggestion to make a small edit to the enforcement provisions to capitalize hauler.
And that's administrative. So I would like to make the motion.
I'm sorry, Janet, did you get your question answered about the community compost? I think it's more important than we're giving it.
Okay, but I just want to interrupt. What we heard from Joanna and I believe from Rose is that, and there was significant discussion, that that is the way the language is written in SB 1383. So we cannot say that community composters are not eligible for this because that's the law. So I think that's what I followed. And so what I suggested is offline, because we do have at least one business that is very interested in continuing that practice, that maybe you all get together and see if there's a way to change their minds in the future. But that's not something we can fix with the ordinance.
Well, I have a quick, sorry, go ahead, Champ.
I was just going to ask the same thing of Joanna and Janet and Rose too. Can we go above and beyond to be stronger as it relates to climate related issues on this? I just want to clarify. I wasn't sure about that.
Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, if you'd like, I can take that question. So there's a provision in SB 1383 that states that nothing prohibits a jurisdiction from having more stringent requirements than the regulation.
Let me ask you a question, Rose, since I've written lots of regulations and laws for this state. While it allows you to be more stringent, it also limits your authority where you don't have it. So if we do not have that authority to really oversee community composters, particularly ones that won't be in Fairfax, then isn't that illegal to do so?
I think that's more of a legal question, actually. Sorry, Rose, we'll take that one. So if they transport outside of the boundaries, that's not enforceable by us. And so I think that the council needs to give us direction on, are you looking to go above and beyond? Joanna, can you add any clarity to this?
Yes, I think that in terms of stringent and how it's applied, it's a little bit different. So if you are stating that individuals or businesses can only take organic waste or recyclables to a licensed or permitted facility, you are actually reducing potentially the opportunity to divert waste from the landfills. That is a a possible consequence if they were otherwise not able to move it, unless they did take it to a licensed or permitted facility. But again, that depends on customer behavior. But it would be inconsistent with the regulations and the spirit of the regulations, which is to allow for more facilities and community composting sites to be places where individuals and businesses could bring their organic waste for processing. There are potentially other opportunities to address the issue of rodents and whatnot through the as a public nuisance under the existing code too as well.
But these facilities are not in Fairfax.
Okay.
So it's not, and I would say this is that, I mean, I think you answered the question, but we're not talking about facilities in Fairfax where we have more ability. I think the question was also asked if a farmer can go get feed. And so if you wanted to say no to community composting, are you saying no also to allowing a farmer to come get this waste for feed? I would suggest that we do one thing. I would suggest that we go forward with the 3 amendments you talked about, Joanna, and nice to meet you. We communicated by email. And that there may be some amendments in the future, but I don't think we're going to sort this out tonight. I think we have to have this in place by January. So to me, I would just
ask if that's true. I'm sorry. I'm understanding that we may have a little wiggle room for getting this passed. Is that true? Because I think, Barbara, it's a slippery slope. I mean, because community compost means different things to different people. We have a community garden. Do we want to have a compost facility that, and we may, but it is there. These are difficult things to weigh.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that we go forward with the 3 amendments, that you guys could potentially talk about this offline, work this out more details. Once this ordinance is passed, there could potentially be amendments to it.
Right.
And rather than trying to do it tonight or saying, I think the question that Councilmember Goddard asked, it's my understanding based on the presentation that we have to have this in place by January. Why are we kicking the can down the road if instead of working it out separately and really more thoughtfully?
I'm wondering, could you answer that, Janet, please, if we have
Yeah, Joanna, my understanding of this, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's supposed to be in effect by January 1st, but that penalties have been delayed.
That is correct. So the requirement under the SB 1383 regulations is that an enforceable mechanism, including the ordinance, has to be in place as of January 1st of 2022. And if that ordinance is not in place, then the town could be subject to penalties by CalRecycle for up to $10,000 per day. However, the legislature passed and the governor signed SB 619, which would essentially suspend administrative penalties if the town makes a good faith effort to comply, and it would suspend penalties for the calendar year 2022 if the town submits a notification of intent to comply with the SB 1383 regulations to CalRecycle by March 1st of 2022. So
that seems to me, and thank you very much. It seems to me that if we had a couple of weeks to get a little bit more information, that it would be much better use of time than passing this and then coming back to amend it. We know what that takes. I don't know. That would be my proposal. I think there are two important issues unfinished.
Can I ask a question or just clarify amongst council and folks? If there's a motion, I think, that Councilmember Kohler had made or was about to make, or there was clarifications about it. So I don't know if there's a motion and we're waiting for a second.
Don't have a second yet, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but couldn't we motion second, take a vote on this? If this passes, then there might be a second reading. But if in the interim there's additional information and a council member brings that back and it's pulled from consent or whatever for the second reading, that would just be the first reading. And so it would address your concerns, Councilmember Goddard. But if there aren't real concerns and if it's all good, then we'll just be moving on to the second reading and getting all this out of the way. And since we've already talked about it tonight, couldn't we move forward with that and that be the practical way of moving this forward, but also leaving space if there are changes?
I actually like that suggestion. Yes, thank you.
I think that's a good suggestion. So let me finish the motion, which is introduce, waive first reading, and read by title an ordinance amending Chapter 8.08 relating to solid waste, recyclables, and organic waste, with the three amendments as elaborated by our attorney, Joanna Jin.
Do we have a second?
And this is excuse me, Michelle speaking. This is the ordinance in the supplement, right?
Yes, in the supplement. Excuse me. Thank you for that friendly amendment. Would someone like to make the second motion or second that motion? Vice Mayor Hellman, do you want to second the motion?
Yes, I will second the motion.
Okay. And I'll just add that I appreciate I appreciate Renee's passion, and I'm somewhat familiar with this issue, but not familiar with it, not up to date with it enough as to really know how to take action on it right now. And I would like to see us finish this tonight, get this moving. So I like Chance's approach that we get going on this tonight, and we can always, in what would be the second reading, we can always make an amendment to the ordinance, and that becomes the first reading.
Okay.
We still wouldn't finish it this year because the second reading has to be, if I'm not mistaken, Janet, at a regular meeting.
Correct.
So the December 1st will be our last regular meeting of this year, but we get done the beginning of January, which is pretty darn close. I don't think the state's going to beat us up for that. So we'll go ahead
Can
and
we do a roll call vote then?
Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Before everybody gets testy.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes, with the understanding that it might come back if there's some clarifications, and I'm fully ready to listen to those.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, thank you for the suggestion.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
All ayes. Passes.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. It is now close to 11:30. I would definitely propose that we continue with what we're doing and finish the last item 18, which is a discussion of the safety element. But I will hear people's thoughts on that.
Barbara, you're on mute.
Mm-hmm.
So my suggestion is, I know that we have staff that have been waiting patiently as well as consultants, but we do know that the Planning Commission subcommittee met on 10/28, and their suggested changes there wasn't time to incorporate them. I know we're really trying to run through this, but it is fairly late. And I also know that one member of the public provided us some significant comments that I'm hoping our planning director can look at. So I would suggest we consider continuing this. And then we would have kind of a better document, and I would ask that we have a red line just so we can tell what the differences are, period, because it was a little difficult. So I don't know if other folks like that idea or not, but that's my suggestion, that we continue it.
I like the idea. I don't see this going under an hour. I've got a lot of questions, and it's just too important, in my mind, to do this so late when I'm personally not at my best. And it's just.
Well, I'll just add that I did miss having a red line. So note to staff, that would really help.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, so shall we have a motion to continue? I believe we need a motion for that, to continue.
I'll make a motion to continue item 18 with the caveats that we have incorporated the Planning Commission Subcommittee's comments, and that we get a red line of the document, the entire safety element, which I think will help most of us.
I'll second that. Oh, go ahead.
Second.
Okay. I'll take a roll call on that myself. So Councilmember Petrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and I'll make it unanimous. So we'll continue item 18. And we have now item 6, which was pulled from consent. So I think that would go to, well, who wants to, would that be Janet that you would speak to that, or Michelle? Michelle, your name is on the item.
Janet, well, it depends. What would you like us to discuss?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Well,
I'm happy to do it, Michelle. I don't, if that's.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Unless you don't have any burning need to present this, so that's good.
None at this time.
All right, thank you. So this is pursuant to AB 361, and it is the reaffirmation of the resolution that allows you to continue with virtual meetings. And at this time, none of the conditions have changed as far as holding an in-person meeting is concerned. I understand that in Marin County, the mask mandate and all that sort of thing has changed and altered in the last month. But as far as holding a meeting in the Women's Club, social distancing is still the critical part of it. There is still the order for the governor. And so we're still in similar space that we were 30 days ago. And so AB 361 requires that every 30 days you look at this again and you reaffirm that, yes, we're going to continue with our we're not going to do in-person meetings. We're going to continue with our virtual meetings. And so that's all we're doing. This is going to be a consent item every 30 days until we are able to either go hybrid or go in person again.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if there are no questions from council on this, we can go to public comment. It sort of started from a public comment that this was pulled. So let's do that. Michelle, would you please open up public comment on item 6?
Yes. I see one hand raised, and that's Michael McIntosh. You are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Council. The suggestion that I'd make, because I think there's tremendous value in having, especially in Fairfax or any place, a true public meeting so you can speak to your neighbor, share your concerns, better articulate the concerns to make everybody's time more judicious when they make a presentation. We have the opportunity, if we want to have social distancing that Janet correctly brought up, that we could take these same meetings and put them in the pavilion. And the pavilion has front and rear doors, has windows, has a much taller ceiling. We have the opportunity to even have air circulation. But I think that the community as a whole is being diminished. and not invited to the table. And like even the garbage discussion tonight, that was a very important thing that really would have benefited the entire community to see the education. Like, oh, I didn't understand recycling. Oh, I understand. Yeah, if we do put these organics out, it's going to contaminate the land and the water and maybe the rodents. So maybe we shouldn't do this. So we are diminishing the opportunity that our community can better participate. And that's really what Fairfax is supposed to be about. So I'm hoping that Fairfax here can be a leader and accommodate our social distancing, accommodate 361, go to the pavilion, go to an outside format if we have, non-inclemental weather, but give the community a place to come together and collectively speak. And I really hope that our council can consider those options. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
The next speaker is Richard Applebaum. You are unmuted now.
Thank you. I appreciate Michael's not the first person I've heard talk about, the need to get back to live and in person. And I get that and I hear that, but there are those of us that still have concern about the health issues. And one of the things I'm curious, I don't know if you've all just done this anecdotally or have actually tracked it, but are we getting more participation because of Zoom? I know there's many people that just can't make it out. They can't sit for 4 hours, sometimes 5 hours at a physical location, but it's a little easier to pop in and pop out when they just can do things from the comfort of their home. You can heat up some soup or a cup of tea, behind the scenes. And so I would say wherever you go with all of this, if you go back to live, if you could at least keep the Zoom option, still have it on Zoom as well. Because my whole thing is maximizing the amount of people that can track what's going on, participate, call in, learn things, and get exposed to stuff. So I'm not opposed to, I understand all the folks that are saying the in-person thing creates a certain dynamic and that they really value that. I'm not trying to diminish or dismiss that at all. But I can tell you that for myself, I still have concerns about proximity and sitting for a long time. And I know that in many ways, for me, many of your meetings go quite some time, that there are certain advantages also to being able to tap in from the computer or watch it, or whatever. So just another thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
The next speaker is Rick Hamer. You are unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. Sorry it's so late, but I agree with Richard Applebaum that a hybrid meeting and having a remote access has really been helpful for me. And I live across the street from the pavilion, so that really, I just have to keep this distant Zoom mode as long as possible is my preference. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Frank Egger, and you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger, Middleway. The Marin County Board of Supervisors held its first in-person hybrid meeting yesterday. It's time to let the sunshine in and allow town residents to address their elected officials in person, face-to-face, real open meetings. We never see who's attending the meeting. So, Richard asked the question about, well, are they better attended now than they were before? I've attended meetings down there where there's been 100 people in the audience. Place has been packed. I also regularly attend Zoom meetings with 200 or more people, and the video, you're included in the video. Everyone can see who's speaking. So right now I can see our 5 town council members, but I can't see who's speaking. But I do Zoom meetings all the time where you can see everyone. I mean, everyone. There's like 20 sections with 5 in a section, and you can see everyone who's attending. And when they speak, they pop up. Their video pops up, and I think it's a much better way to allow the people in the community to address their elected officials. So I would suggest a hybrid meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, and you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for hearing me, council members and mayor. I would like to see a hybrid meeting at the next meeting. We've had Halloween with people like storming the sidewalks basically back to back. We've had town picnic, we've had a concert in Perry Park, and we could figure out a way to make a person-to-person meeting safe. I would also like to see, as we used to have when we had meetings at the Women's Club, the written in comments from members of the public were on the safe, where, you know, you could, before you went into the meeting, you could read through who said what. We have no way of seeing that with these Zoom meetings now. So I would definitely vote for having the next meeting be hybrid with in-person being included safely. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
I see no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I'll make one comment, which is that we should definitely adopt this resolution. That doesn't preclude going to public meetings, going to in-person meetings at any point, but it would preclude continuing with what we're doing if we don't adopt this. So we should just adopt it. It's just a formality that we have to do every month as long as we are continuing with Zoom meetings. And we, at this point, believe we are. I would love to see us go to public meetings. That's my comment, but it's the logistics are more complex than might be realized. I don't foresee us doing that 2 weeks from now. One of the issues that I know of is that if we have people in the women's club and we have to socially distance, then we're going to have to say there's only a certain number of people that can come in there. And the last person that comes in, the first person that comes up to the women's club after it's full gets turned away and has to go home. And that's not going to be, you know, there's going to be a lot of feeling about that not being a good public process. So, you know, until we sort this, and I will mention that the pavilion is soon going to be under construction. And it also is, it's not a very satisfactory building as far as acoustics or comfort or being able to hear each other. Pretty hard to heat in the winter as well. So there are a lot of issues about that, but I would certainly entertain a motion to pass this resolution right
So
now.
I'd like to make a motion, but I also want to mention these are public meetings. So, you know, we need to remember they are public meetings, and maybe before I make the motion, our interim town manager can talk about, we are going to be in hybrid meetings as soon as we can. The pavilion is not wired. Our town clerk has been working with CMCM to get things wired and ready for a hybrid meeting when we're ready for that. But did Adam want to speak to this at all? And then I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Collar. You just covered it. You pretty much succinctly there. We are working towards it. I've shared this from the beginning. The council safety, the staff safety, and our community safety is my number one priority. And we are working closely with Dr. Willis and the other town managers to look at when it will be safe and equitable for all to participate. It is worth noting that your town clerk, in concert with other clerks here in the county, even with the recent changes, do not have public meetings other than the City of Mill Valley scheduled until January. There's a lot that's going to happen during this month of November in terms of continuing to be in compliance with COVID and keeping people safe as our school age children are being vaccinated now. The booster shots are also being administered now, and that level
will drop to a younger age timely as well. And I think as we move into December, we'll have a much better understanding. But there is no rush, and as Councilman McCullough just said, there's no rush to put any of us, including our community, in harm's way. These are public meetings. These are legal public meetings. They are effective. We would all like to see each other. It's also important, Halloween, Thanksgiving, the winter holidays, New Year's are all major social gatherings. People are traveling back from school. Family members are traveling from out of state. Again, we don't know what the impacts of the holidays will bring. I'd much rather be safe than sorry, but this is absolutely a council decision. That's your recommendation from your interim town manager.
So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, interim town manager. So I would make the motion to adopt the attached resolution making findings and determinations under AB 361 for the continuation of virtual meetings.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Fuller, second by Goddard. And Michelle.
I can take
please.
roll call. Okay. Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Ayes all.
I do just have a question though. If we did logistically, if we did want to go with hybrid and set it sounds like if we don't have it on the agenda for December, then the earliest we could go hybrid is February because you need to have it on the January agenda, or what needs to be done? Is it another resolution to go hybrid, or what is it exactly?
I'm going to defer to Janet on that.
Yeah, no, it's as long as you want to have the virtual meetings, it's this resolution. And if you want to go back to your regular meetings, it just be noticed. If you want to do
So we don't have to take action.
You have to take action to have a virtual meeting.
So Janet, I think the question was, if we wanted to do a hybrid meeting, it's my understanding that we would still need to do this resolution, not change it, right? Because it's still virtual, even though it's hybrid.
We would add provisions in there, and hybrid means different things to different people. So are you talking about just having the council members in the chamber? Are you talking about having some number of the public in the women's club? You'd have to decide.
Okay, well, I don't think we know that. So
right.
The interim town manager, and you can work that out.
But my question remains, what action needs to be taken in order to make any change to what we just voted on? Do we have to do another resolution?
Yes, we will bring it back to you when you have a plan for a hybrid. We'll bring it back to you and you'll lay out the plan for how part of it's going to be virtual. If any part of your meeting is going to be virtual and you're going to be using the provisions that are the non-standard provisions of the Brown Act, then you need to have the resolution saying why you're doing that.
Janet, can I just give a real example here, which I think is potentially possible? We could bring back the discussion at the December 1st meeting and hold a hybrid meeting at the December 15th meeting. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Adam, did you have anything for a town manager's report? That's on the agenda. Further, besides all the things that we have discussed already tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Ackerman. I just have, at this late hour, I just have one update, which I think the public is also very interested in. The council has started the interview process for the town manager position. As the public would remember, our schedule called for the first round of interviews occurring at the early part of November, where we are, and the second round of interviews, finalists, assuming that there are candidates that meet the satisfaction of the council, would be invited back for the second round, and that's later this month. So we are on track as the schedule was forecasted, and we hope to continue to move this process forward effectively. So I just wanted to share that so the public was aware of where we are in the schedule of recruiting the next town manager.
Okay, thank you. And the agenda forecast is actually in the packet for anyone to look at. Renee?
Could I just toss out a future agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, I was hoping that we could discuss adding a section at the end of staff reports as an equity impact section. We have fiscal impact. I noticed it in the Marin County Parks staff report that we saw when we were considering the Measure A funds. I know that San Anselmo has talked about it, and I found it actually very thought-provoking and a potential way to keep calling forth some of our commitment to equity. So I would love to have that on an agenda for discussion.
Okay. Do you think it needs to be on the agenda to discuss it, or just ask staff to?
Well, I think Chance has the.
Yeah, I don't know if you all recall, I brought this after it came up at a discussion at the Transportation Authority of Marin, and Town Manager Toy was concerned about the lack of metrics and understanding. There's no protocol currently for either impact on climate or impact on equity, though impact on climate for capital improvement projects, there are opportunities to capture GHG emissions and things like that. But the equity thing is a little more questionable as how we go about that. But I would be absolutely willing, Councilmember Goddard, now that we're on this ad hoc group together, maybe we can talk through this offline. And if we come up with something, we could propose it again or bring it up at a future meeting. But I think we need to work through it a little bit because I agreed with Town Manager Toy at the time that I don't think it's clear how we go about doing that quite yet.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, you may want to take a look at your own time at the Parks report that came from Max Corton on the county staff report. Because take a look. I'm not going to take your time right now, but that would be a good point for jumping off and discussing this, Chance. That's a good venue to have it.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Mayor, I know you're getting ready to do the adjournment. I'm hoping that we can adjourn in memory of Daniel Stern. He was a Sausalito resident, but quite prominent in the county and just passed away last week. A real estate attorney and friend to several folks in Fairfax. Thank you.
Okay. In that memory, the meeting is adjourned.